to complement your build. So if you have a build where like you deal extra damage to poison things, then it helps to have a gun that poisons shit. It's not rocket science, but it does give you a degree of customization. So even if you get a gun that doesn't have like any of the abilities you would want, you can still tailor it to benefit you, which is nice because then it feels like no matter what loot you get, you're not getting stuck with something that's just total shit for your build.
Of course.
Which is kind of one of the problems with Borderlands, because sometimes you get epic loot and it's the only loot you're going to get that's of that tier at that level from this mission, and it's just not suitable, so you're just kind of stuck with your gear for a while.
Yeah, so the game does
you get so many loot drops, but yeah.
We're live, by the way.
Damn it! I was trying to fucking segue, you fucker.
I like surprising them.
I know, that's what I was gonna pull in. Well, it's like that kind of leads into our topic of today: Alien. So Max hasn't seen either movie because.
Why are you speaking as if you're in the third person?
Max
okay, I'll do it.
Person.
Max hasn't.
No,
seen
he's speaking
movie
as if
before,
he's you.
And I haven't seen the first movie in many years, and I kind of missed it when we did our homework. So I'm still very rusty on that one. But we watched the second one together.
We did. It was a good time. No alcohol required.
Much better than I remember, actually.
Mm-hmm. I love this shit out of Alien and Aliens.
Yeah,
like it's the go-to.
It's so sad they never made any sequels. You know?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Just those two.
Yeah. I mean, if they did make sequels, there's a high % chance they'd be really good, because this is a well thought out franchise with interesting creatures and world building.
Yeah, and if they did, I hope they do clever uses of our returning characters, or maybe do a new cast.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Ron Perlman in an Alien movie.
And so we're hot off the movie, by the way.
And
we just finished the movie and just did live.
We were watching it yesterday, and then my internet decided to just shoot itself in the fucking face. So we just called it for that night, and then watched it the rest this morning. Yeah, what's your overall opinion of Aliens, Max? Before I get the copyright stuff going and put the movie in the background.
So Aliens is pretty great. When did this movie come out?
1979.
That's the first one.
Oh, sorry. I thought Aliens. Sorry,
Aliens.
1986.
86. Okay. Is it called plot armor when something should happen and it doesn't?
It depends on the context, which what are you referring to?
Aliens is pretty great. I loved it. All the characters are pretty awesome. Like, every single character seems to be acting the way they should be acting. It's pretty cool. The last segment is, like, particularly from leaving the planet, is filled with plot armor.
How so?
You talking about the fight in the ship?
Yeah. So from Bishop getting murdered, to the end of the movie, Ripley has some pretty Game of Thrones season 8 level plot armor.
How do you figure?
I don't know if it's quite that bad, because we do see the alien trying to strike her with the tail, but it's not really doing it in the stabby motion, which it usually does. It's doing it in a swipe so that it's catching the mech.
Yeah, if I had to say, she has standard movie protagonist plot armor, because the problem when you said Game of Thrones plot armor, remember fucking Jon Snow had enough plot armor to just raid a dragon for 5 minutes and have no effect.
Well, can I get there?
No,
please.
So the alien queen is established to be strong enough to just rip an android in half, which we've established in the last Alien movie. They're pretty durable things, like compared to a human. Why didn't the alien queen kill Ripley right there after killing Bishop?
She had distance away from it.
She was waving her arms, and the thing was coming towards her.
Why didn't it
into the elevator?
So I'm curious, why didn't it run directly at her from the start? Like, so
because
it gets down, it looks at Newt, she goes, "Hey, over here," screams, jumps around, and then it decides not to charge at her until she starts to move.
Because remember, aliens don't have eyes; they can just smell where you are.
Is that established?
Ripley smells like a threat because the last time
it's literally fact they don't have eyes.
Well, they don't have eyes, but I don't know. It's weird that they look at things.
They're smelling organs are like in around their mouth and gums and things. We kind of see
that's why they do this
curl their lips up when they're sniffing. Okay. But yeah, the last time the alien queen smelled Ripley had a flamethrower and a gun. So Ripley to the alien, and remember the alien queen is smarter than the others because she does the thinking.
Yeah, she also
to the alien queen. Ripley smells like a threat, something to be approached carefully, which is. I mean, I still grant that it's plot armor-ish. I don't know how bad I would grade it as plot armor because there is an in-universe reason.
That's why I was saying.
Is there any way you could pull up that scene just so I can see it again?
All right.
Just I want to see like I want to see how far away. Yeah, do that. But I want to see how far away she is from the queen, like when she's bouncing around, because it looks like she's only like 4 or 5 feet, and that's not a lot considering how big the queen is.
To me, like she was about the same distance as she was when they were in the egg chamber.
I don't know. I feel like she was closer. Oof. Boop, 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 boop. So okay, so yeah, Bishop hits the ground. Blah blah blah.
Also,
he gets ripped in half. Which
also
it's really cool because they use that fatality in Mortal Kombat.
I kind of this is gonna sound kind of lame, but I kind of think the queen can kind of take her time. It is just a child, an android that she now ripped in half, and this lady. What?
Yeah, see, my problem is she just ripped something in half really simply. Why doesn't she do it again?
No, I was saying like she was taking her time. I'm kind of saying like she doesn't need to like go all fucking beast mode out of nowhere because she doesn't have a fucking reason.
Well, she's also not particularly fast either.
Yeah, it's been proved that she kind of does the slow lumbering steps as opposed to instead of just scurrying along like her.
Like in the newer movies, she moves much quicker.
Quick.
Yeah, they sped
but in the originals, she's pretty slow.
And yeah, unfortunately, I've got to like turn off my meta knowledge because the queen's a fucking monster in that RTS. Like she's
and in AVP, she runs like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, she's fucking quick. And like I could see that being like it's like, oh, she's not like fast initially, but it's kind of like a diesel truck when she starts going. There's not much that can really stop her.
I like how you brought up the T-Rex argument. Meanwhile, they went to the weird whale elephant graveyard, and people are just outrunning her in AVP. When it's just like it then just brings up like how in Jurassic World we got what's her face running in heels. And just fucking outrunning a T-Rex.
Because obviously.
Yeah.
Can't you run 40 miles an hour in heels?
I love how Bryce Dallas Howard, she trained so she could be able to run in those, and yet all audiences are just going, just take them off.
Let the movie play so I can see it. I want to see the distance.
So
Tail's very deadly. And like I said, it's really horrific. Like if that was blood, this would be a really horrible.
By the way, Lance Henriksen. I gotta pause to bring up that fact. Lance Henriksen, for like 17 takes, just had to spit out like spoiled milk and yogurt to
that's horrible.
Mimic that.
And by, like, they said the smell was god awful.
That's horrible.
By like the 5th take, Lance Henriksen said like, "I think I'm gonna be sick."
I don't blame him. That sounds bad. So yeah, like it seemed like a good distance away from like where she stabbed with the tail, and she's like in a curled position, like in a weird like.
She's on the front of the ship. How the hell did she?
How did she get there? Yeah, that's another thing.
Okay, but look, as she's coming down, Ripley's backing up, putting distance between them.
Like I said, they don't really show the distance, do they?
I mean, it's a good like 10, here in a 15 feet.
She's moving. Like she's back up.
And then
this is kind of where I got my thing where I think there it is. About the same distance as she was in the egg chamber.
I don't know. It looks pretty close.
And also, I don't know.
Well, then see, she takes off.
She takes off.
Queen lumbers after her, but she's not fast enough, and then she closes the door.
Okay. But like my issue is the tail. The tail seems
what
like
about
I could have
it?
The thing, the tail seems like I could have reached her.
No, you're thinking like if she had turned around, maybe, but you're thinking
that
the tail could have gone past her body when it doesn't seem to
she's
be that
just
long.
not that fast.
I know, but it did though to kill Lance.
And
no, that was a sneak attack.
No, that was it was a sneak attack. He was much closer, and basically he was right beneath her, so the tail didn't have any problem reaching. Whereas,
well, I'm fine. Like,
up and her body's forward, it's a lot further for the tail to go.
So I'm fine with that one. Like I could go either way on that one. I feel like it's a bit plot armory, but that's okay. I buy your arguments. The next bit though is
I'll just keep this up.
Was the power loader. Like it was a bit weird.
In what way?
Well, power loader's really fucking slow, and I guess the alien queen is slow too.
They're both lumbering fucking creatures, so device.
Well, you also have to keep in mind that the queen doesn't have any sort of context for fighting this thing. She's only ever encountered, basically armed humans.
Yeah.
So she's not used to fighting.
Imagine what she senses. The queen senses that there's a piece of food right in front of her, but every time she tries to fucking claw at it or swipe her tail at it or bite it, there's this big fucking metal cage in the way, and then the metal cage punches her in the head.
They never actually got the context that they were.
And then
blind,
she's like,
"Ow!" So I guess that kind of like goes with it. Yeah, because like when she goes to bite at her, it's not a straight shot, so it couldn't exactly hit her.
I do have something to bring up when it does come to this fight. I wonder how strong those pincers are, because at one point Ripley does just have its skull just in there.
Yeah,
and I'm
she's
just thinking,
gripping the throat.
Yeah,
and we don't get any indication that that's giving the queen any trouble beyond being grappled.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't
to grapple her.
And it's like it's not too much of a stretch to say like, oh, like if she's like, it's like, how strong is it? No, it's like she's got her pin, she can't move.
Well,
like, no, once you grab some, like if you wrap somebody in toilet paper, like you can stop them from moving, kind of deal.
It's just that type of deal where I'm like, wouldn't that thing be strong enough to crush her face, considering the amount of hydraulic power that normally goes into forklift-like objects?
Maybe.
I mean, it would have lifting power enough to crush her. I don't know if it would have grip power enough to crush her.
Yeah, the whole point of the forklift is not to break shit. So.
Well, right. Well, I mean, forklift, like the forklifts that I used at Amazon, despite the fact they could only go like 5 miles an hour, that could still fucking hurt you if you got hit by it.
Well, yeah, but you're not a fucking perfect being.
Right, I understand. Like this could just be the argument of she's just that tough. I was just thinking like, I was just making the hydraulic.
I always got the
argument.
impression that the queen is more durable than like the other aliens. Like if it was a regular alien, yeah, I think she would crush it like a fucking tomato. But because it's the queen, I think it's not as easy.
Fair enough.
Not least because it's just so big.
Right.
Okay.
It always just made me think, like, how tough is that head ornament of a skull you've got there?
And so, yeah, the fight wasn't as tismy as I thought it was going to be. Because when I saw her moving the power armor or the power loader earlier, I was like, ooh, how the fuck is she going to fight something like this thing?
I do
this
like
thing is
how
slow and horrible, but it's like, okay.
Well, she doesn't really fight it. Yeah, she's more or less just moving the queen into position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's just, the most they ever trade.
I feel like right there she could actually crush its head, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to go with the toughness argument.
That was the argument I was making. It's like, hydraulic press argument, but like I said, it could just be that tough.
The tail coming in, completely missing. Like, it's like I said, there's a weird thing because like her whole body is like exposed.
Only at the front. You actually just saw it there a few seconds ago where the alien queen is gripped by the neck and it swiped at it, but it caught like the arm and the side of the cage because it can't see what the shape of the thing is, so it can't do a precision strike.
Actually,
that's kind of the aliens' whole deal. They're animalistic. They go on pure sense and instinct.
Unless they're typing buttons for an elevator.
I actually wanted to bring up how pretty much the only blows that Ripley can actually dish out were at the beginning, where she just gives it those two snaps.
She's swinging it, yeah.
Because
she's like swinging it out, yeah.
All the other swings she does take, she pretty much misses. It's the only way that she's been competing so far has been the grabs now, and then just.
For a second, when she typed there, I thought the power loader's arm like malfunctioned. I was like, "Oh, what the fuck!" Like I started giggling because I thought that's what that was, and I was like, "Oh wait."
Also, I love how she uses like a welding torch in this scene, but it's clearly just a regular like. Just a piece
that's
of fire.
Like a Bunsen burner. That's not a welding torch at all.
Yeah, because welding torches, they got to get a lot hotter than that.
Oh yeah. Although, did you notice one other like really cool thing about this entire fight scene?
What?
There was no music.
Yeah, I love that.
None. Yeah. It was literally just the sounds of the fight, and it made it so much more intense.
Remember when movies actually respected their audiences and actually knew when to not play fucking music?
Yeah, like Game of Thrones at the end of the Red Wedding.
Yeah. Oh, fucking A.
Oh my. Yeah, the whole slaughter. Yeah, it's just silent as fuck, other than people getting their shit kicked in.
The squibs of fucking pregnant bellies getting stabbed. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait, hold on. I just noticed. The queen doesn't have her spear tip to her tail. At some point, it must have come off.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, and I don't remember it getting like smashed or cut off or anything.
It could have been during the fall, most likely.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was intentional or if it was one of those things where it just like the prop got damaged.
I was going to say it's probably a prop continuity error, because if the fall broke its tail, then there'd be acid going into the hatch.
Ooh, yeah, true.
I think it's a prop error. Also, by the way, the practical effects. Fucking flawless.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's like the most noticeable point where you'll realize how old this movie is anytime you see the ship, like the little drop ship they use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When that's flying through like the 2001 music video sky, that's when you realize how old the movie is. Everything that's practical
is so apt.
Awesome.
So apt, that's weird.
So this is where the modern audience says, like, we all know this isn't really how space works. We've all seen the how it should have ended video where Ripley's arm just breaks off and they also fall into space.
Well, yeah, how the fuck do you support the full weight of the alien queen and the vacuum of space? That one really threw me off. I was like,
that's just one of those. Yeah. It's one of those movie
her
things.
Foot's gone.
It's. I hate to say it is just one of those movie things.
It is, like I said, it is one of those movie things.
Her left arm is dislocated completely.
Something. Mm-hmm. She's fucked up. Like, that's a fucking heavy alien if it was trading blows with a power loader.
Mm-hmm. And she would not have enough strength to climb this ladder. It's just they didn't understand space for some reason back then.
Which is weird, because this is all the same guy, right? Who did Alien and Aliens?
No,
it's not.
No,
really.
This is James Cameron. Ridley Scott directed Alien,
and then Ridley Scott. Okay. I was about to say, because it seemed like, because if it was the same guy, then
and James Cameron is more of an action movie director. Like, he doesn't put as much detail into the sci-fi and the world building as somebody like Ridley Scott does. Mm-hmm. So it's the difference between, like, I don't know, I wanted to say Avatar and something else, but it's hard to fucking compare Avatar to anything. It's just so fucking weird.
I mean, compare Terminator 1 to Terminator 2. Once he had found his stride, he kind of...
Well, but weren't those both Cameron?
Yeah, but he definitely made Terminator 2 focused on...
That's why I didn't want to do... That's why I didn't want to make that comparison, because I'm pretty sure both of those are Cameron.
Yeah, they both
are. So I was like, that doesn't really work.
That's true. It's very, like, yeah, because, where's another...
But if I'm not mistaken, I think Aliens was after Terminator 2, so he was kind of riding the high...
No, it's not. In fact... Because I still have the Google search for the release date of Aliens. Alien was 1986, the Terminator 1 was 1985, so the Terminator 2, I'm guessing, was...
In fact, actually, I was going to talk about some behind-the-scenes stuff, because when he was filming a lot of the Alien Queen stuff, the the set people had no faith in the movie, to the point that they when the tea cart was coming by, everybody would just stop what they were doing to go get some tea. And he was filming this in London. And to try to like get the crew on his side, he showed them like an early premiere of the Terminator, and then they all called it shit. And I immediately just went like, "Wow, fucking assholes!"
Man, look,
just ruthless. Also, Terminator 2 came out much later than you think.
Yeah, because it came out in the 90s. Was
1991.
Yeah.
So 6 years after the first one.
Fair enough. Well, this was what, 7 years after the first one?
This was
between Alien and Aliens.
It was 8 years
between 79
after.
to 86. So yeah, it'd have been.
Yeah, it was 9 years. Oh. Oh wait, sorry.
No,
that's
7.
Yeah, 7. I was right the first.
Math is hard. We can.
Math is hard.
That was really hard. Sucks. So yeah, that's like, it's weird how like I have issues with like the endings of the movies.
So which
Maybe
would you
just have
say?
ideas with payoffs, you know?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. First, reiterate how you felt about the ending of the first movie, and then tell us which one do you think is better.
I kind of want to go all the way back to the beginning, just so we can kind of.
We can do that. But like that was just a take I had, like, because like I said, we literally just went.
Yeah, we just finished it,
and like I was literally biting my tongue, so I didn't say anything. But yeah, that was just an issue I had, and like I can buy it that it's not like as flawed as it is, but there are some elements of like, okay, she should be fucking dead.
That's why I said, if anything, she's got standard movie protagonist plot armor, and not Jon Snow ringing at a dragon for 5 minutes level of plot armor.
I don't know, dude. I feel like the foot thing is pretty up there.
Well,
like, cause the dragon didn't grab Jon Snow, it was about to kill him. The fucking alien grabbed fucking Ripley. You know what I mean?
Well, right. The only reason I say that's level plot armor because just nothing happened. Something should have happened during that time period, and then just nothing.
But it also comes down to how it would affect the plot. If it was a bit more realistic, and when the alien grabbed onto Ripley's leg, she was fucking done for. The thing that changes is that Ripley doesn't survive to the end. Everything else stays the same.
Yeah, which could be fine. Like, she dies for the fucking cause.
Because then Alien 3 never happens. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, great. Look at that.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh man, Alien 3 doesn't happen? Man, what a wonderful world.
Hooray. Wonderful. I mean, except for Charles Dance, because, Charles Dance is always good, but...
Yeah.
How is it that such a good actor is in so many shit movies?
Dude, I'm assuming he had to change his agent or something, yeah.
Guys gotta eat.
But it's still happening.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god, Charles Dance advertising for Raid.
I would love that. Like, I would unironically be like, oh my god, I don't want to download the video game now.
Tywin Lannister it's advertising Raid Shadow Legends? Hell yeah, I'll get it.
Like in costume and shit like that? Yeah, I'd be like, that was a pretty clever ad campaign.
If you use my code Tywin20, you get 20.
You can join my guild now and
get 1,000 crystals. Get 1,000 crystals and Jotun, my most favorite champion.
Oh my god! So to bring it back to
Shadow Legends, send their regards.
Well, Raid would do that. They would like edit it a fucking like
they
a champion to say that.
Absolutely would.
There would be no fucking way they wouldn't do that, and it'd be like the skeleton dude or whatever.
No, that or they just say fuck it and just have a crossover. It actually is just Tywin. And you'll be able to unlock me. do.
Yeah, not even Tywin Lannister, literally just Charles Dance.
Charles Dance!
Like the very
level 50 Charles Dance
actor from England. He's like not at all the butch, like ruthless persona he plays in movies. He's actually a very charming, happy-go-lucky guy.
But
one of his abilities is to talk with his teeth closed.
One of his abilities is
to elevate an otherwise shit movie.
There you
go.
He just stops the battle and everyone has tea. And the enemy loses morale.
No.
They just feel discouraged because they're just like, oh, he's so nice. I can't hurt him.
He's so awesome. I don't know what to do.
Why did you make the enemy is George Lucas? He's so nice. I don't know what to do.
George wishes he could be Charles Dance.
Corn. What's up with cornbread being like the great?
It is so easy to fuck up cornbread.
At the start of this movie, cornbread gets kind of shit on out of nowhere.
But then cornbread's also mentioned in this movie too. It's kind of funny.
It is so easy to fuck up cornbread though. Like, have you had the most we all know
when my mom made cornbread, she made that shit gooch.
Oh yeah, so you've had the homemade stuff. There's the 92-cent packages that.
I think it's supposed to be a joke about the idea of like processed food.
Yeah,
I think it's like an airplane food joke.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah, because it's like they're in space, so they get like little processed food, and it's gross, and like everybody fucking hates the food.
I mean, which makes sense. All the food would have to be insanely processed.
Of course.
Or it would have to be like mega frozen. Not even regular frozen. It'd have to be like frozen.
Advanced frozen.
It'd have to be, it'd have to be
either frozen or
dehydrated
powdered.
And yeah. I mean, one can
argue... my god, 2 movies that are horrible. Frozen and Powder.
Powder, what?
There's a movie called Powder. It's about an albino guy who has like magical powers.
Weirdly enough, you know what movie did space food in a way I thought was actually kind of neat?
What?
The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Those little ration things where you put water on them and you put them on a little heater thing.
Oh, yeah.
And
What's
like kind of bread.
What's because in all
kind of cool.
It's because in all reality, like it's the one time where we actually see Star Wars food, other than the food that Luke ate in A New Hope.
It's the only food we see that isn't fucking blue.
Yeah, because no, we don't see them eat the dinner at Cloud City before you fucking bring that up.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about they're eating food during the first time they meet Anakin.
It's like grapes, pretty much. That's
it's like
I'm hardly
gonna
count
that. Like that.
It's like pear.
Alien pears.
Oh yeah, the pear. Fucking more fruit.
Eats with a knife and fork.
What you're saying is George Lucas is more progressive than we thought he was.
That's foreshadowing. That's how we know Anakin's a fucking psychopath.
If Master Obi-Wan saw me doing this, he'd be very grumpy.
He'd be very grumpy. It's like,
so the thing
do you know your master? I feel like he'd be like, oh, cool, bro.
So uncivilized.
The thing I was gonna bring up how with that, it's a good example because in Star Wars, even in the EU, the food was pretty much the same. Instead of beef, it'd just be Nerf steak, or it'd just be some other.
That makes me really uncomfortable for some reason.
What, like a steak made of Nerf?
Yeah,
because you got Nerf herders. A Nerf is a type
of
animal.
Whoa. Just gonna drop the N-bomb like that? That's crazy. We're live.
Hey, you gave me the pass.
Word.
You gave
no,
me
I didn't give you that. I gave you a different N-word pass. I didn't give you that N-word pass. Oh my god.
Although, what's the big furry things in Tatooine?
Those are banthas.
I would absolutely want to eat one of those things.
I mean, banthas are the
source of blue burgers.
Yes, fucking bantha burger.
Hold on, I believe bantha is eaten on Tatooine.
That's why they're farmed.
It's kind of why they have.
It's why they have them.
That's all they have.
Yeah, they're basically cows.
They have banthas. They have banthas and dewbacks, and I feel like dewbacks wouldn't taste very good.
Oh no, they look way too reptilian.
Oh my god,
they probably taste like alligator.
Hold on, I cannot believe that I'm actually looking at the Wikipedia article for food.
Dude, I bet you could look at fucking, what is it, Galaxy's Edge? I bet you they have something like that on the fucking menu.
Yeah, let me take a look at the Galaxy's Edge menu, because we got, like, I know the drinks, because of the How to Drink episode. We got, like, the Dagobah Slug Slinger, and, oh god, I can't believe that's the only one I actually remember as I pause the movie and throw the cover up. Let's see. Galaxy.
How could this happen to me? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Talk about Star Wars instead of Alien?
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course, it always comes back to Star Wars.
Well, I mean, they are both Disney properties now, so
yeah.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh no! I forgot.
Disney owns Fox.
At this point, Disney pretty much owns everything.
Hold on. I would like
also
to bring
Pulp Fiction is a Disney movie because they bought Miramax.
Hold on, I would like to bring up that there's a.
I mean, Jay and Silent Bob is a fucking Disney movie.
Well, I read one of fucking Kevin Smith's books, and he talks about when he was making like Clerks and Mallrats, his checks had fucking Mickey Mouse on them.
That's weird.
He was like, it was really unsettling making all these fucking stoner comedies and getting paid by the House of Mouse.
So I would like to bring up how there is just a drink called the Jedi Mind Trick. I feel like I'd actually be like, I'm not gonna order that.
That 100% is literally just vodka, lemonade, and a roofie. God damn.
Yes, I was
not
gonna
drink
say,
the mind trick.
that's totally a date rape drink.
That sounds like you're right. That's kind of sound like a date rape drink.
Like, hey, babe, you want a Jedi mind trick?
Huh?
You're like, I'm good.
And then she's like, you don't want to give me a Jedi mind trick. She's like, I don't want to give you a Jedi.
I need to go home and rethink my choices.
My life. I need to go back to my hotel and rethink my life.
You want to sleep with me?
So there's there doesn't seem to be any actual food at Oga's Cantina, but there is snacks. One of them being Batu Bits, crispy Galaxy snack bits with spiced cremola dip, and it's just like, what?
Whoa, spice! Whoa, better be chilling with that. That's illegal.
Oh yeah,
what the fuck is a cremola?
Remember, smugglers are called spice runners.
Hold on, I might just be butchering a pronunciation. I'll copy and paste it.
Also, would anybody else legitimately try a death stick? Because those drugs kind of sound lit.
No, because in Bounty Hunter they're implied to be fucking weapons.
Hold on. Don't bring that out of context. They were tampered death sticks. Normal death sticks in the Star Wars.
Death sticks, but they were being used by the Band of Gora, so it's like.
Yeah, but normal death sticks it's just weed. I've seen what they can do in Legends. It's just weed.
Wait, seriously, is it just weed?
Yeah, fucking Cade Skywalker takes them so he can keep Luke's ghost from talking to him.
It's weird.
Do you think that's what weed does?
No, well, it doesn't.
That's what Star Wars thinks weed does.
That's what Star Wars version of weed does. Because let's face it,
lit or the ghosts will get me.
No, that's when you had
Especially
too
now we
much
know that
weed.
ghosts can interact with the physical world, so it's like.
Oh fuck!
Sounds more like an antipsychotic.
Let me paste. How would you pronounce that? Because that's what they said. The dip
or cremola.
Oh, okay.
You're Kamala.
And then we've got the oh Jesus, who wants to try to pronounce that?
Hey, aliens.
No,
no, we haven't even gotten there. We're talking about alien.
The Happabore sampler,
depending.
Happabore sampler, cured and roasted meats, cheese, and pork cracklings, and it's like, what the fuck? That
unironically sounds fucking delicious.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it really does.
It's just a plate of meat and cheese, so it's just a sampler that you get at a restaurant. Of course, it sounds good.
Yeah, it's hard to fuck that up, you know?
Yeah. All right, so to put Alien back on the screen.
So Alien.
Well, okay, so I remember last night you had said that Alien, the first one was like maybe like a high 7 or a low 8. What would you say is your score for the sequel, Max?
I'll probably put that at a 9.
Okay.
I really did it. I dug it. Like, it's unfortunately we have the really fucking problematic version of watching it because we got cut off halfway through, and I was like partially a zombie towards the end. But
right.
No, like everything seemed to be fine. Like everything acted the way it was. I was a little, I guess, disappointed by how quickly everybody gets iced off. Like I was expecting them to be hanging around maybe for a little bit longer. But yeah, once shit pops off. Like everybody's gone.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take long once the Marines start dying. Like.
Yeah,
I kind of like how unceremonious it is.
I mean, there is one dude who doesn't even go out to an alien. I think it's one of the black guys and
Frost.
The Marines.
Frost gets just fucking incinerated.
He gets caught with a tail. He accidentally ignites his flamethrower and kills another Marine. That Marine in the afterlife is fucking pissed.
Yeah, and then another guy dies to like shrapnel. Like somebody throws it, like drops a grenade or some shit.
Wispowski gets hit by the ammo bag.
So Frost, yeah, that's right. So Frost gets lit on fire, and then he's the one carrying the ammo bag, and then the ammo bag explodes and it kills another Marine.
It kills two, Wispowski and I almost wanted to say Ramirez. Ramirez, protect the Burger Town.
Light him up. You ever watch what was his fucking name? Foley. You ever watch Foley Plays Halo?
No.
It's pretty fucking stupid, but that's not anything. There's a guy on his team named Ramirez, and they just use all of those voice clips.
So one thing I actually wanted to bring up, I had to stop myself from gushing from practically just the opening fucking minutes of Alien, because a lot of people say, Alien is boring because there's no dialogue or any of that kind of stuff, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's taking its fucking time to establish the
Aliens or Alien?
Alien. Since I'm showing Alien on screen.
You're saying because the dialogue makes it boring? That's stupid.
No, that there's no dialogue. That they should just go straight to them opening the cryopods. And I'm like, that's dumb. Because we have a great example of fucking world building. And also establishing just the world in general because of the silence.
See, shit like that most people don't notice. Because it's one of those background things. If it's done well, your attention deliberately is not being drawn to it. So a lot of people just blank on it. And then they'll call a movie shit when it's not there, but they won't be able to put their finger on why.
That brings up an interesting point, though, because when we got to the climax of the first movie, basically, Max had made a comment, and he was like, where are we at in the movie? And we basically pulled it up, and we were literally at like the halfway mark when you get the chest burster scene.
What was the... No, it was actually before that. What...
No,
that's right. We stopped because of
the halfway mark.
Yeah. We stopped because of like somebody had to giggle about the funeral.
We're talking about Kane when he got yeeted into space because they.
Oh my god! It looks so funny.
We compared it to like we brought up Spock's death in Wrath of Khan. We brought up Dizzy's death in Starship Troopers. How there's a lot more ceremony done. Meanwhile, with Kane, it's like, anyone got any last words? All right. And
bye.
then he just
later, fuckers.
It does make me giggle now that I see it. Now, I was kind of like, that effect kind of looked a little goofy, and then we paused, and it's like, okay, yeah, now we can actually acknowledge how goofy it was.
Yeah. But
it's very hard to be shot out into space gracefully. So
other than the movies that have already, the movies that have already done it, they're not even, because how they basically gave Kane his funeral is that they just put him in the airlock and just let space do the work, as opposed to with Spock where he was put into like an empty torpedo casing and then just literally just shot into space. And then landed
or
on
in
Genesis
Starship
planet.
Troopers, where they have a specific bay for that, and they put them in the coffins, and they throw the coffins out into space.
At least it's not like Avenue 5, where the bodies get sucked into orbit around the ship, and the passengers have to keep watching them over and over again.
Avenue 5 was such shit.
That just sounds like a way to pointlessly
Avenue 5,
and cruelly torture your crew psychologically.
Avenue 5 was trying to be Avenue 5 was trying to be like I don't want to say Red Dwarf, but it's like the first comparison my brain wants to make. But it despite the fact it has nothing in common, and I really hate it. Basically, it's this cruise ship that is knocked off its course, and the captain isn't really a captain. The ship's completely automated.
Wait, this is you describing Red Dwarf?
No, this is me describing Avenue 5.
Okay, it's just it sounds like you're talking about Red Dwarf because a lot of it sounds similar. It's just.
But they got Hugh Laurie.
Things I would describe about Red Dwarf.
They've got Hugh Laurie in it, and it's trying to use a lot of like that style of comedy, but it's also got Josh Gad just screaming all over the place, trying to be a rich guy who doesn't understand anything about his ship that he pays for. It's really annoying, and I hated every minute of it. I only watched
Not
it.
every minute of it.
I like
you liked like the first and last episodes.
Yeah, well, one, I actually enjoyed how certain things were gonna have consequences because I bring up that thing that actually should be in most film and television these days called cause and fucking effect.
What are you talking about?
They literally they put sleeping pills in his drink into Josh Gad's drink. He drinks the drink, then nothing happens. It's like, guys,
he's built up a tolerance from getting absolutely fucking wasted on Jedi mind tricks.
It's just I don't like it. I feel like if you guys watched it as well, you'd be like, this is a piece of shit. But I won't subject you to that show.
I don't know. I think it could be just that you didn't like that kind of comedy or didn't like how it was executed.
I mean,
he's very particular about
Hold on,
comedy.
no, you can talk about the objective quality of something regardless of if it made you laugh or not, and the objective quality was that it was shit.
Well, okay, be specific, because the way you describe Josh Gad's comedy is mostly through like screaming and loudness and
it's a lot of
funny faces and things. That can be quite weak, but if he's playing off someone talented like Hugh Laurie,
Hugh Laurie was barely used.
Oh no!
Oh, that's okay.
I mean, he wasn't the only person.
I am saying no on this. You have not seen Hugh Laurie actually in a good comedy. You haven't seen Blackadder. You haven't seen House. You haven't seen anything that Hugh Laurie's actually been in where he's actually properly used.
You haven't seen him in Friends.
I mean, most of his like really good comedy shit is from shorts.
Yeah,
a bit of Fry and Laurie. When he's just doing like little skits with Stephen Fry, those were fucking classic.
My Blackadder is actually one of my favorite fucking shows. I love.
And he is great in it because I don't know which one you kind of gravitate towards. Because for me, it's Blackadder the Fourth is kind of my jam. And he plays an absolute fucking idiot in that.
I really like World War One. That was one of my I'm pretty sure it's the last season of Blackadder.
Yeah, it is.
There
is no Blackadder the Fifth.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's Blackadder the Second where he plays like the Welsh prince.
Yeah,
and he's just fucking amazing as this rich idiot.
Hugh Laurie is such a great comedian, which is so weird because they don't use him that well.
I think it's more of a recent thing because with House and things like that, he was getting a lot more into like drama role.
Mm-hmm.
So his comedy chops just weren't the muscles he was using the most anymore. So when he decided like, oh, I'll get into this thing, it'll be a bit of comedy. I know I can do that. My agent knows I can do that. Everybody knows I can do that. And then whoever the writing team was just didn't quite know how to use him well, or they didn't have him often enough or for enough time. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Or it could just be that Josh Gad was a prominent role in the production.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely one of the main characters. I don't know. I like Josh Gad, but
I liked him as Olaf in the Frozen movies because he did that well as a voice thing. In the live action Beauty and the Beast, not so much because he had fuck all to do as LeFou.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
And then they just made him gay.
But they didn't even do that. It was another one of those false flag Disney things.
No,
where it's like,
at the end of the movie, he
shit! The new first gay character in a Disney movie just dropped, and yeah, it was just another kind of illusion that he might be attracted to men, and then they do nothing with it. So it was just completely pointless.
Well, it also does it basically does the Rise of Skywalker thing because at the end of the movie he dances with a guy. But if I had to guess, China probably never saw that.
Yeah,
like you get way more of a gay vibe off of one of the Ian McKellen played one of the inanimate objects who was brought to life at the end.
He played Cogsworth.
Yeah, Cogsworth, and you got much more of a vibe off of him. And even though again they did nothing with it, so this would be a complete non-issue if they didn't make it an issue. It would just be, oh yeah, these characters are like coded a certain way, and Nobody really cares. It's fine. It's cool. But they make a big statement about how it's a statement to have them, and it literally isn't. You actually got more representation out of this movie than you did out of that one. With what's her name?
With
Vasquez. With
Vasquez,
yeah.
Vasquez, yeah.
So we talked about it after Wyatt decided that he didn't want to be part of this plane of existence anymore. But there's a really interesting line that Vasquez says when she's talking about Ripley, because obviously when they speak of Ripley, she's like, "Who's that?" And they're like, "Oh, she's some new chick or whatever." What's said by Vasquez is "Que bonita," which means "what a beauty," when she's talking about when she's talking about Ripley. And like, what did you say, Ninja? You said that you.
Well, upon most of my viewings, like since I saw the movie for the first time when I was much younger, I always assumed Vasquez was straight because of the whole, like, there's a lot of focus on her and Drake. And like she gets really pissed off when Drake dies, and there's a lot of like banter back and forth. So I never caught any sort of vibe that she was anything other than that. But I didn't ever catch that line either, because a lot of times it doesn't even get into the subtitles.
Yeah.
Like she just kind of says it, and it's like, "Oh, did you catch that?" And I'm like, "No, I did not."
And like the thing, again, she says it really quietly, so she's not saying it to pretty much anybody else. She's like almost saying it to herself. So with that little hints, like you can say that like she's at the very least bisexual, because she's like looking at another chick in like a potentially like sexual way, which is nice and subtle. Because it's like, yeah, that's how representation should be. It should just be that's the person. That's what they are.
It's also more to do with the fact that it's not her entire personality. It's just a piece of trivia about her, and she has so much else going on. There's so many other things that define who she is.
Which is kind of funny, considering that when people ask the actress that plays Vasquez, like, oh, is she a lesbian? Is she bi? And then she just goes, none of your damn business. Because that makes sense. That's not the point of her character. And I really like that.
Oh my god, is she gay? Is she bisexual? And she's just sitting there, arms folded, still with a short haircut, like, bitch, I might be.
Looking great and like Maxxi bait, yeah, that's pretty awesome. I like me some Vasquez, and I'm like, I've heard other people of my similar taste go, Vasquez is great, and I'm like, I don't know. Watch a movie, yeah, she's pretty great.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. You actually have her contrasted against Hicks, because Hicks is always going around. He uses the word badass so many times in this movie.
Hudson.
But when shit gets real, what?
Hudson's the one who
you said Hicks
is Bill Paxton.
Right.
I know. I get them mixed up too.
That's the joke. Don't they make that? They bring that up in the beginning of the movie. He's like, I'm not.
I did the exact same thing as the commanding officer. But no, when he goes around, he's like, he's using the word badass so much, and you just kind of in the back of your head know that nobody's putting on that much of a performance if they're really a badass. So when shit gets real, he starts to crack.
Well, I don't know. They all seem like a fucking well-melded unit, so it feels like what he's saying is legit.
Of all of them, he's the one freaking out the most.
Well,
but like
everyone else is acknowledging the danger, but they're kind of like trying to do something.
Hold on, I would say that kind of comes from the fact that they seem to, like, they've encountered problems and they've encountered aliens with the whoop-de-fucking-do, but it's never been that bad, like with the xenomorphs. They've never had their asses kicked that bad by something that terrifying.
Also, they mentioned
that's
as
actually
a bug.
Another thing I wanted to ask, by the way, because when they're getting briefed before they go down, they're just like, "Oh, it's another bug hunt," and I'm immediately like, "Wait, what other bugs have they hunted?"
What's a bug hunt? Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I feel like
I was thinking
other aliens that aren't, xenomorphs.
Yeah, and that's why they said like a xenomorph.
Another bug hunt.
Yeah.
So do we ever actually get to see or hear about what these other aliens are? Because I completely blanked them from my memory about this movie.
Not even in the expanded universe. They don't even bring that up. Not even in the books.
Predator. In Predator Concrete Jungle, they kind of do.
Do they? I don't remember that from
No, that's
Concrete
only
Jungle.
because at the end you fight xenomorphs. Like,
no, in the very beginning of Concrete Jungle, the planet he gets like
that's
sent
true.
on is like a bunch of jobber aliens.
Well, that's the problem. They're just a bunch of scorpions.
scorpion monster looking things. So like, yeah, like that's outside knowledge, but like I said, it's one of those things where I wish it could have been shown because I would love to see the contrast. Because that's another thing. So like I agree with what Slur's saying, but like I really did get the feeling that these were all like super elite badasses who are very fucking like competent at what they do. They just were forced with like the worst possible fucking adversary. Like I've said it before, the xenomorphs are probably like the worst like mob enemy you could ever fight. Like I'll take zombies 100 years over before fucking a xenomorph army.
Especially because they were going right into their nest and they were handicapped right when they got there because it was
literally getting nerfed as they walked in.
What are
so they had
use?
to like
Harsh
put
language?
down their main weapons and resort to flamethrowers. So only Vasquez and the other guy had their actual weapons primed. But even then, they were being yelled at for using them because they could cause a fucking nuclear explosion.
Nuclear meltdown, which they did technically.
I kind of enjoyed that, the idea that the Marines are just such blunt objects that they were just like, yeah, we're really not supposed to be firing here, but at the same time, let's rock.
Well, no,
I don't think they ever really explained.
We were also briefed on exactly how dangerous these things are.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they weren't told why. They like
he doesn't tell them why you can't shoot. He just says, "I need you to police all the ammo," and so they do. But they don't. The sergeant never conveys to the privates and stuff like, "Oh, hey, this is why." Which is because if he had, they probably wouldn't have fired their guns.
That's a good point because so is that the fault on Apone or Gorman?
It's fault on Gorman. Gorman's a fucking.
Well, yeah, he's the one who was ineffective at communicating the reason behind his order.
But I was going to say
wasn't handling anything properly. Like he was kind of a shit commander for this first time.
Apone didn't ask because as a sergeant, he actually does have enough wiggle room in the chain of command to ask questions.
Well, at the same, but like, does he have time to have a full-fledged conversation?
He's probably not going to question it. He's just like, okay, we got the order to do this. He trusts that there's a reason behind it, and that's fine. But the grunts might not. And that's why it's Vasquez and the other guy who actually disobey.
Yeah,
it's
Vasquez
not the sergeant
Drake
who disobeys.
Who just plug in. Does she pull it out of her bandana, or because I always wondered like where'd she pull it out from?
I thought she had it like tucked in like a breast pocket or something. It was on a uniform somewhere.
She pulls it out of her mommy place.
Oh, she just pulls spare ammo out from between her tits.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I mean,
I've checked.
The amount of random shit girls can keep in their bras is phenomenal. It's a second handbag in there,
basically. Yeah, and like I would put everything on fucking Gorman because like he's awful.
I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, it does go down to Gorman because he is the commanding officer.
And like I said, he's like the first one to truly lose his shit.
I don't know why this happened, but I was watching Aliens with a friend, and we established that once Gorman gets hit on the head and he has his concussion, that whenever they check up on him, how you feeling, Gorman? He just starts speaking in garble. No, she's oh shit. Vasquez, Gerb, and then he runs back. He runs back to go back to Vasquez. He's literally just broken his. He just starts speaking like a YouTube poop character, where like all his words are just like
backwards
garbled.
and shit. Yeah.
She's sharp.
So going back to Alien, though,
yes, all the way back to Alien as I now hit.
What I brought up last night because I really appreciated it is like, so once again, I haven't seen this movie and like all of its shit, and upon seeing it for the first time, as somebody who really loves like sci-fi, like everything, like if you ask me sci-fi or fantasy, I would take sci-fi every single time. Mm-hmm. The amount of details and all sorts of crazy shit that they have to do and like doing basic shit, I really appreciated all of that. It was really well done and stuff. And yeah, it's kind of crazy going back and looking at these movies, knowing all of the references from other media that comes back and plays homage to these two movies. It's like insane. Like just like everything
a
fucking
shit ton. And yeah, I was even keeping track with you as we were going through the second movie, the amount of things that are referenced. Like, it's game over, man. Game over.
Oh, fucking the Hudson Bishop, do the thing with the knife. Oh, please. Oh, God. I need to just show you this scene in slow-mo, Max, because it's just... If you slow it down enough, everybody just sounds this drunk. So it's like, do the thing with the knife. Oh, please, no.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it to you before that this was like an early thing that Wyatt and I did on a Discord call with some other people where I was drunk as shit. The other people were tismy as fuck. And Wyatt was just being yelled at by a crowd of people to just play that one scene over and over at different speeds.
Literally do the knife.
Yeah. My favorite, of course, is always in slow motion. Because, trust me. Yeah,
because the way the guy screams as it's happening to him in slow-mo is so fucking funny.
It's so much funnier in fast
motion. What are we doing? Why are we not watching that right now? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
You know, I mean, we could. It's
how you gonna fucking talk shit like this?
Let me throw the cover up. Oh God!
Do you have to throw the cover up? Oh yeah, because
yeah, so they don't see my browser, and so I could get everything going. I don't know what's funnier, doing it in super slow motion where it's like, or in fast motion. Do the thing with the knife. Oh, please no. Do it, Bishop. Trust me. Do
the thing with the knife. No.
Oh yeah, that's a weird thing that's happening today. Floyd Mayweather's gonna fight Logan Paul.
Wait, is that today?
That's today, apparently.
Let
me double check.
Tracks and random internet bullshit that'll come out regardless of who wins.
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure that is today. Logan Paul versus Floyd Mayweather.
Almost there.
June 6th. Okay. That's today at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So, what playback speed do you want to see first?
Well, we have to go slow first. So that's
slow first. Okay, that's fair.
I think 0.25 won't have sound. Oh no, it does. Never mind.
Hold on. Do the thing.
It's so weird, by the way, seeing young Lance. I've only known Lance Henderson as like an old man. And even now, he's still old. Wait, who asked him to do the knife thing?
Hudson.
It is Hudson, hold on. So why is he freaking out?
Well, it's because he puts his hand on top of...
Hudson asks for the knife trick, but then when it comes to, like, he has to put his hand on the line to see the trick again, that's the turnaround. Actually, and it's kind of like showing that Bishop actually does have a bit of a sense of humor.
And then, well, that's also set up for Hudson being a pussy, so there you go. It's playing great for audio. Oh my god. Also, was the knife dulled by this, by the way? Is that my mind playing tricks on me? Or did it actually look like it lost some of the tip because
of this? But yeah, it doesn't have like a very sharp point. It's more of a cutting blade.
Yeah, no, but it looks like the tip got fucked up from this. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, man.
Oh, that's like so romantic. Yeah.
Stupid. Hold on. And then just
tap. This is gonna look great.
Tap.
Listen. Boost that volume, baby, because here it comes.
Bill Paxton's face is great.
Wait for it.
That's funny, man.
Wait.
And even like the thumbnails for this clip will use the thumbnail of his face at that moment. It's like
yeah, because it's the best face in the entire like cinematic history of movies. And I'm really upset we didn't use it for a thumbnail. I guess we should save it for the Alien 3 versus 4.
Wait, okay, now double time.
What funny, man.
Rest in peace,
double
Bill
time.
Yeah.
Double time.
Beautiful bastard.
No.
By the way, I've seen Predator and Predator 2 when I was a kid. I could deal with Predator. I couldn't deal with Alien.
So imagine the now imagine Bishop was moving at like the speed he should be.
Alright, here we go.
Hey, what are you doing, man? Hey, what are you doing? Come on, quit messing around, Drake. Come on, Bishop. Hey, man. Not me, man. You. Come on, quit messing around. Come on. Trust me. That wasn't funny, man.
What, man?
So great.
Yes, it was.
Oh my god.
His face is fantastic. I love it.
What funny, man. I'll switch it back to Alien. Oh my god.
So So do Aliens and Predator 2 take place in the same universe?
Well, yeah. It's this weird like wish-washy timeline.
Oh yeah, well, because fucking Aliens in the future, so.
Mm-hmm.
So Bill Paxton comes like has a kid.
Hold on, I would like to acknowledge that Ninja was just sitting there muted, and I wonder if it was like, oh, was he amused by any of this, or was he just like, oh, this fucking Zoomer humor with playback and fast and slow motion.
Well,
it's a little Disney for me personally. Like, it's not my form of humor, but you know, well, if you guys get some enjoyment out of it, that's whatever.
Bill Paxton's face in slow motion is what made it worth it for me.
I just like the idea of like he wasn't doing it that fast. Trust me. But they're all drunk, so he thinks he's moving like uber fast. But fast,
like that. So yeah, the scene that we actually saw was like not actually how fast it was. It's how fast Bill thought it was. But then like in the actual speed, it's just like, oh, that's actually how fast he was going.
Well, no, he was drunk, so it was in slow mo. But from his perspective, it was the 2x speed one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite one, just because of like of just how fast Bishop could possibly go. Trust me. Thank you.
So yeah, you shared an interesting tidbit about that, where it's like, oh, that's because they shot that scene at the end after the movie was done or whatever. Like that was the last scene they shot.
Yeah, all the stuff with the Marines, like where they're getting out of their pods and they're bantering and all, like they're in the cafeteria and all that was shot last because they wanted to get the camaraderie between the cast at its maximum.
That must have been really sad for James Cameron then, because that was the final day of shooting then, which he left in a fucking hissy fit because he's like, I will be going and you people will be going nowhere. He said that to the setup crew, not the cast. Well, it's because they were being fucking assholes. As I was saying, I was literally explaining this as I'm trying to explain it to you. You're trying to stop me. So during most of the filming of Aliens, the crew, not the cast, just the crew was being very difficult. basically anytime the tea cart was coming by, everybody would just drop what they were doing, regardless of like how important like a scene was going to be, and they just go off to go get tea. And this even happened during the iconic scene of showing the Queen. It happened to the point that they basically left the doors open, and all the mist and smoke that was supposed to be around, it just went right out the door. So that's hours of fucking like setup time that needed to happen.
Really
and also the second unit director was like, James Cameron ain't shit. And he wanted to fill the iconic scene of them going into the hive for the first time. He wanted to fill that entire set with just floodlights, which is shit, because that would have gotten rid of a lot of the natural ambiance of them using their torches. And also they got an early screening of Terminator 1, and then they said this movie is ass.
It sounds like they just really didn't like James Cameron for some reason.
They didn't like it, and they had no faith in this film, despite the fact that, like, James Cameron was being as nice as he could fucking be, and he was trying to.
Do we know that though? Because, okay, if it was a particular unit director, like the second unit director didn't like him, you could put that up to a personal gripe.
Well, yeah,
but the entire crew. That gives me the impression that when James Cameron first got there, he did or said something that kind of put him in hot water with everybody. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it could have been. It's just kind of what it sounds like, because forget that it's a movie for a second. Treat it as any other kind of professional environment. If you have that many people who don't like someone in management, there's usually a reason.
Right. Mm-hmm. I guess it doesn't, like, I guess the joke that I heard was the joke of, like, British people with their tea time, because it was anytime the tea cart went by, they'd all just stop what they're doing and have a cup of tea.
I mean, that could also just be union-mandated breaks, so that everybody could, like, stop working for 5 minutes to get some air and have a smoke or whatever. But he had a problem with it because he came in with his fucking American ideas of, like, if you're not sacrificing your health and happiness for the company, you're a bad employee. To which anyone this side of the Atlantic will look at you like you're retarded and then just go on with their break.
It is a really weird difference of, like, how, like, American versus, like, European, like.
Yeah, we kind of believe in just sacrificing everything that we have.
Sacrifice your child for more time on the clock.
Yeah, that shit does not fly over here. Because to him, he was making art. Everybody else there was to do their job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why, you guys know how when he was making the first Terminator, he only had enough money to buy, like, 2 Big Macs, and he'd, like, he'd eat one at the beginning of the week, and then he'd eat the other at the end of the week. He was pretty much just barely scraping by when filming Terminator 1.
Is he still on the rights to Terminator?
I would imagine so. Terminator, I don't know how copyright law would work with that, because in theory, it should be in public domain by now, but Disney fucked those laws into oblivion, so.
Sure. Well, I was just wondering, it's just like that might explain why there's so many fucking sequels.
Well, Terminator 1 is just.
Yeah, it could be.
It's this example of
like,
how to
never go broke again.
Terminator 1 is just this great example of just how to do as much legal shortcutting as possible, because he had no permits. He had none of this stuff. Practically most of the filming for Terminator, like, he was technically not allowed to do. In fact, the final shot of Terminator 1, a cop fucking, like, was just like, hey, what are you doing? And he went, this is a student film.
Yeah, he really should have produced something that looked more like an Ed Wood movie than Terminator 1, in all honesty. The fact that he got Terminator 1 out of that mess is a fucking miracle, and it's kind of what set his name.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And then now he's just like, I'm going to dive to the bottom of the ocean because fuck you, I'm James Cameron. And then he doesn't even take the sub, he just dives in head first.
Hangs out with Cthulhu. This guy's crazy, but I kind of dig him.
He met Cthulhu while looking for the Titanic, and that's how that's how Titanic did so well. He made a deal with him.
He made a pact with Cthulhu.
Oh my god, I want him to remake the Titanic, but at the end, it doesn't crash into an iceberg. It actually pulls something from Call of Cthulhu where it's escaping from Roulier, and it
I was gonna
crashes
say,
into Cthulhu's fucking head.
Yeah, it crashes to his fucking head, and that's that fucking.
Which actually happens in the book, by the way.
Yeah.
The Norse,
about that.
or not Norse, the Norwegian sailor guy who's giving the account of the thing he saw that was so bad he went insane, is of like this place that defied all sense of physics. And when he escaped on his boat, Cthulhu chased him. He crashed into his head and just kept fucking going.
And killed him.
And that's how he survives.
And like apparently killed him. It's like, oh, don't worry, he's sleeping.
Yeah, I knocked Cthulhu out with my boat.
Fuck you, Cthulhu.
So you, sorry, you've played. Have you played MOBAs before? Like
I've played a couple.
So you know how like you can type in /joke and like they'll say a joke or whatever. So Cthulhu was added to Smite, and like one of his jokes references that. Imagine having the power of the cosmos and everyone under your heel to be taken out by a boat. And like it's like, and I'm like straight selling it, but it's like imagine Cthulhu's voice. Imagine having full power just to be taken out by a boat.
I mean, considering some of like the random bullshit ways that people circumvented like the Greek gods, they could honestly relate.
Yeah, they could relate. That's why they have so much dishes. It's like, what the fuck? We can't throw fucking lilac at this motherfucker and he dies? This is bullshit.
Well, I love the idea of just Zeus's various ways of sleeping with people. I love how one time he tried to sleep with his wife by turning into another animal, and Hera's response was to turn into that animal's natural predator. Hera's like, I'm not having any
Hera was
shit
a fucking
this time.
savage.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she basically was kind of forced to marry him.
And that's the lore of Smite too. Is like Zeus gets overthrown by a god named Oleron, who's like the African god of like the cosmos or whatever, and Hera's just his chick, like almost out of spite at Zeus.
I mean,
yeah, that tracks. And then you just have a Athena in the background who stays in Zeus's corner just to continuously make him uncomfortable.
There's like one person who's like, you kind of deserve everything you get. It's Zeus.
It's Zeus. But we needed him to defeat Cthulhu.
He kind of does it to himself.
We needed him to defeat Cthulhu because Cthulhu's wrecking shit, and then Tiamat from fucking the Babylon gods just comes out and bitch slaps both of them.
Meanwhile, you just want to give Hades a hug. It's like, oh, you were kind of forced down here. At least you got your wife.
He loves his wife, even though his wife kind of hates him.
No, that's kind of that's a modern thing. Persephone actually does love the shit out of her husband.
Oh, does she?
Well, it kind of goes back and forth depending, because the original thing is that she was tricked into spending half the year in. Yeah, it's not Tartarus. It is in Hades.
In Hades, yeah.
Hades realm.
But
Tartarus?
The real
Tartarus is different. Tartarus is like hell prison, whereas Hades is both the realm and the person. Think Vegeta.
Gotcha.
It's kind of
my son, the planet, or me?
Yes.
Yes.
Fucking smartass.
Oh my god. What was
So there was a little weird thing, and I guess like it's not like a massive hole or anything, but it's like, why didn't they like wait to translate it before flying down there?
I mean, I would assume it's a company thing.
And maybe Ash could fucking like influence them to go down there. Like it's like, oh, I should go there.
I was going to bring up how maybe you have to go there and investigate as fast as possible. Because if it shows up in the flight recorder, you waited, that you might. Because remember, you forfeit your shares if you.
Well, you forfeit your shares if you don't investigate. They can still investigate, but they're waiting for the translation to finish.
Well, at the same time, there's probably something in the clause that's all about like, oh, if you postpone it and take your fucking time, that could mean a lowering of shares, possibly.
Maybe.
Like
it's not stated in the movie, and like it doesn't seem like a fucking bad thing. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of those things.
Like, okay, let's find out.
It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I could guarantee Wayland Yutani probably put something in the clause.
I would assume that Wayland would fuck them over.
It's kind of what he does. Yeah. It's kind of this whole thing.
Well, actually, we haven't seen Wayland yet. We've seen his fucking shitty like business people, but we actually haven't seen him.
Oh yeah, I don't think we actually meet Wayland himself until Prometheus. I don't think he comes up in the next.
Oh, until Prometheus, really?
No,
that's when you see him in person.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so what is he, a hologram in 3 or whatever?
I can't quite remember, honestly.
No,
yes, it's a fucking person. It's the
is
problem.
He's there in person.
Okay, this is a 20-something-year-old movie. So for the love of God,
we're gonna have to. We're just gonna have to get there when we get there. That's just how that's gonna be. Because we'll get there
when we get there. Like I'm very open to be proven wrong in this because, like I said, I barely remember the other 2 movies of this.
It's ambiguous as to.
It sounds like it's fine that you forget them.
It's ambiguous as to if that Wayland was the real one, because the blood is real when his ear gets like knocked off. But
okay, all right. Like if I'm gonna watch the shitty movie, I don't want to be spoiled on it. I want to be mad in person.
Yeah, how dare you ruin this already ruined movie?
How dare you ruin this movie that ruined a franchise that I haven't seen yet? We've had this
conversation about spoilers before. It's like, if we were having a conversation out of context, you're fully within rights to assume we've seen it and just go ahead and talk about it. But the fact that you know we're about to watch it,
yes, exactly,
and one of us for the first time, that changes it.
Yeah, it's a bit different because it's like, yeah, I'm kind of invested in seeing like where it goes.
I think we had this conversation with The Witcher 3 actually because I was in the middle of playing it.
That was fine. Like, I understand how that was my fault.
But no, it's the same thing. It's you were completely within rights to assume up until that point that I had played the game because of how old it is. But when you know I'm currently in the process of playing it, it changes the context. That's all.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. When it comes to like movies that have been around for like more than a decade, it's one of those arguments of if you weren't going to see it, not then because none of us were around back then, but
well, here's the thing. I'm going to see it though. That's the thing. That's the real difference.
Yeah, you know from the outset that it's something that he's going to see for the first time very soon.
And I want to go in as raw as possible because I really do want to like objectively say which one's worse.
I get it. I understand. Like my common argument has always been Star Wars. If you haven't seen Star Wars, and it's so ingrained in pop culture that it's like I'm not going to give enough of a shit.
Yeah, that's I'm going different. To spoil it. Even people who don't have the movies seen, they still know what happens because, like you said, it's so ingrained in pop culture.
Yeah,
I gotta kind of push back on that though. But like if somebody hasn't seen it, why would you like? If you know they haven't
seen
it, why would you want to spoil it?
50 years old.
Why would you want to? Why would you want
one of the most iconic lines in pop culture?
Why would you want to spoil it for somebody who hasn't seen it and is interested in seeing it? That's my point. That's my point.
Like, yeah, it kind of comes down to the same thing. Like we all know pretty much scene for scene everything that happens across 9 movies. Yeah. But if there was someone in this call who hadn't seen them, we can assume they've gathered like most of the plot shit from pop culture, but we still wouldn't talk about the movie directly if we knew they were planning to watch it with us.
And yeah, that's actually that literally just happened. We were talking about Aliens. It's like because I'm a fan of Super Best Friends and all that shit. Like I kind of knew a lot of the shit that was gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I knew a lot of the the one-liners and shit like that. I knew like the fight with the power loader and shit like that was coming. The mostly line and all that stuff. Like I knew all of that, but I didn't know the movie.
I think like this even all... just off of my memory, even though I had seen them both years ago, I got the endings confused. I was putting the ending of this movie onto the first one when, admittedly, I had just woken up and shit, but still, they were that foggy in my brain.
So yeah, like I said, the whole thing is we were gonna watch them, so try not to spoil them. I'd put that in the same like vein as like if we sat down in the movie theater, like let's say we caught there's a re-release of the movie, like if they're playing it for like this weekend, it's like, oh, I've never seen that movie, let's go watch it. We sit down and grab the popcorn. It's like, man, I can't believe this happens. Like, well, wait, like, I haven't seen this yet.
Yes, yeah, it just once again just boils down to the personal rule that everyone has about spoilers.
It's just context matters. So it's like in this particular case, like
right.
Don't bring it up because we're gonna watch it.
and I've always been and I've always based off the groups that I have spent time with outside of this. It's like, it's like, this movie's been out for like X amount of time. Oh, you haven't seen it? Well, by this point you weren't gonna see it, so yeah, I'll spoil it. Which I know kind of is just a shitty thing to do in retrospect.
Yep.
It's also down to a lot of context. Like,
exactly.
If a movie has come out and we know we're going to be doing this, we know we're going to be talking about it, and one of us just hasn't seen it and they want to be part of the thing anyway, then they have actually, given full license to just go ahead and talk about it.
Right.
Yeah, they've signed the unwritten contract. It's like, okay, I get what I'm walking into.
Oh, also, it's the fact that I just mainly hung out with people who just didn't watch movies. So it's like, oh yeah, I have no choice but to spoil it because they're never going to see the film.
That makes a big difference.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a huge thing. And I still don't get people like that who will watch like 12 consecutive hours of a TV show but won't watch a 3-hour movie.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the argument that people have against, these kinds of podcasts.
My whole thing is people who... Oh, go ahead.
With people who, like, say that EFAP is too long. And it's just like, at most, if you want to skip the super chats, it's at most only, like, 3 to 5 hours.
Or even if you're listening to a full 12 hours of it,
that is really not true.
Well, it just depends. It depends on the episode. It's just an episode by episode type thing. If it's that stereotypical... I was about to say, because remember, 34 is 134 is the episode about Falcon Winter Soldier, and they literally spent 11 hours talking about Falcon Winter Soldier. That's a whole breakdown. No, I'm talking about if they just did a video and that was the end of it. There's the special cases, yes, like Cinematic Venom took the entire time. But for the pattern I have noticed is that half the stream normally, if it's just 1 or 2 videos, it like takes half the stream and the rest is super chats. Like a good example would be, as I just quickly pull up what EFAP in general do. Oh, now you're having...
Well, like the RE8 episode was entirely RE8. Like there's...
Right.
That's like 11 hours.
Yeah, there are just episodes where they just spend the entire time talking about something and they don't even do a video. But, let's see...
Well, they did a video. They did all Mahler's videos about the game.
Right.
Yeah, they did. They literally did his playthrough.
Oh, shit, dude. Like when he flash bombs the final boss and it stops them, it's like,
So the example So the example that I was going to quickly go to is like 128, which is where the Mark Brown timing test timing. It's an 8-hour stream, and it is... They only spend almost 4 hours of the stream actually discussing the video. The rest of the time is super chats. That's your more stereotypical episode of EFAP. Where that's when somebody could just dip out. But at the same time, I really have always hated it's long, therefore it's bad. Long Man Bad's always been a shitty argument. Because
it's more just you see people going like, who has the time to watch something like that? And it's always from the crowd who watch YouTube as entertainment. It just doesn't enter their mind that they could have it on in the background. And the argument I always default to is just like radio. Radio runs all day, every fucking day, with just 2 assholes talking and then broken up by music sometimes. And people just have that on in the background. And for some reason, people have a different standard when it comes to YouTube. They don't quite get that it's a podcast.
I think
by the way, hi Andrew from the future.
I think it's all honestly it's a I don't want to say it's a standard argument because of the podcasts that I listen to have always been some form of long man. Like Giant Bomb was my go-to podcast for the longest time, and that was like 3 to 4 hours. But a lot of people don't listen to those. They listen to things like Dude Soup, The Weekly Planet, which is Mr. Sunday Movies podcast. They listen to and those are at most like an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's kind of the standard.
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
Yeah, 45 minutes to
like,
an hour.
Like Death Battle literally puts a hard cap on it. They're like, oh, we got to stop right now. And then like you could join their chat when they do after hours, and they continue to keep going. But they literally stop at an hour, and that's it.
Meanwhile, a typical episode of Giant Bombcast is like, 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, it's because
even things I listen to, other than if they're not that long, like something like the Blind Boy podcast is only about an hour and a half or an hour.
Oh, Joe Rogan's podcast, if it goes over 2 hours, it's kind of a rarity. That's what I used to listen to before.
I can't really listen to Joe Rogan too much.
Well,
Sometimes he has an interesting guest, but the man himself,
the guest. It's the
doesn't have much to
guests.
say.
It's the guests. Like it was Joey Diaz and fucking Tom Segura, and those are fucking top tier gold comedians. And Joey Diaz is one of those guys who literally just says anything. I'm kind of in tears.
And the only ones I can actually listen to are the ones where it's a guest who'll call him on his shit, like Bill Burr. Bill Burr's great on that because
Bill Burr's great.
He's great on everything.
Bill Burr's great on everything. Remember, he's the guy who has a podcast for 2 hours by himself.
Oh yeah, it's literally just him in his garage talking,
just fucking talking shit. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's because
Bill Burr's a different animal.
Bill Burr's podcast is literally man yells at cloud.
Literally, man yells at cloud. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's fucking this conversation about what's going on here?
It's like, oh, you fucking idiot.
Fucking Mary. But then, like, when he calls in Nia, like, as the striker for an assist, like, those are also gold, too. It's like, who the fuck could put up with Bill Burr? And it's like, oh, this fucking awesome chick. It's so good. I love it when they're fucking together. You ever see that thing where somebody accused Bill Burr of being racist and his wife just like an excuse?
Yeah, it was part of a whole larger thing where being in any kind of interracial couple was problematic.
Yeah,
well, then his like ownership over a black body. It's like, oh my god.
But these
are people who've never been in a relationship at all.
But then his wife responded to it with "Shut the fuck up." Wait,
hold on. Is Nia actually his like girlfriend or his wife by this point?
No, it's his wife. They have a kid. I'm pretty sure they have another kid on the way, actually. Now that I think about it. But yeah, no.
How long was the time period since he got divorced from his cheating wife? I wasn't paying attention to it.
I don't know if he had a cheating wife.
He did.
Wait, I think he might have had a cheating girlfriend, but for a long time he was like, he didn't really believe in marriage. But then he was with Nia for so long that they kind of realized there's a lot of financial incentive. There's their living situation. They had a kid together. It was the whole thing. So they're like, okay, yeah, we'll do the marriage thing.
By the way, you can just get lost in
that's us commenting on their life decisions from like a very far outside perspective. We don't actually know.
Like I said, if you ever just want to like hint at their relationship, just type in Nia and Bill into fucking YouTube, and you have like hours of entertainment of them just fucking bashing each other. It's pretty amazing.
So I hate to be
like I said,
I hate to be the one that yanks us back to the conversation.
I don't like it when you do that. By the way.
Yeah, because I'm.
Oh no.
Getting a taste of my own medicine.
No, but that's fine. Like,
we
can have a Bill Burr podcast next time. But for now,
the thing I actually wanted to, because I kind of want to go on a separate tangent, because I immediately thought of, because it's the scene of the acid going through the decks, and remember, if you guys watched Mahler's TFA analysis, Patrick Willems basically says in Alien they don't concern themselves as to like when the acid is going through the floor, and it's like this whole scene is all about them. Like it's like, oh fuck, that's gonna eat through the hull.
Yeah, that's literally bullshit, because as soon as they see it, it is immediately very fucking concerning.
Yeah, because they go through the floor and then they lose oxygen.
And that's the reason why we don't listen to Patrick Willems. He is literally contradicted himself. Yeah, remember, he tries to use his defense to defend fucking The Dark Knight Rises. Like, you ever heard of Montage? Like, shut the fuck up, Patrick. Nobody likes you. You're bald. It's ugly.
Nobody
You're
likes
bald.
you. You're bald. End of statement.
You're horrible.
I like the idea that Max just doesn't like bald people, so he sees Patrick
don't.
Stewart. He just sees Patrick Stewart and he just gets angry.
Oh no, I like Doug.
Which Doug?
What?
Doug Walker. I feel like he's okay. He's bald.
No.
Oh.
You wanna rethink that statement?
Yeah, like because I watch Oni Plays. That's why I like Doug.
That's not Doug. That's an impression of Doug.
I was gonna say, didn't we talk about this earlier? I thought we were on the same page.
Well,
That
no,
sounds
like
like
I'm saying, as
Luxor.
Doug. I'm saying like. No, but I'm saying like Doug as a person, like his videos are weird and tismy, but they're not like outright fucking R-worded like Patrick Williams. Like I don't get as I don't get as I don't.
Video.
It depends on the video, but I feel like Patrick Williams has a worse track record of just making me fucking like mouth frothingly angry.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying. It's just I kind of disagree in the sense of the Christmas episode is a pure example of that. Remember, he hates the Grinch just because it's not the animated film, and it's like,
oh yeah, okay,
and it's like,
what?
what?
All right, maybe. All right, well, all right. I'm not married to Doug. I'll take a fucking argument if that's the thing.
Even I don't like Nostalgia Critic because.
Well, hold on, fuck it. I like Bill Burr and Joe Rogan. They're both bald, so fucking suck it.
There you go.
Not racist. Checkmate, liberals.
Checkmate. I have a bald friend. Thank you.
I can use the B word. I have a bald friend.
The B word. No, that's amazing.
I hate all of you.
My father's bald.
Oh!
All my best friends are bald.
You're half bald. You have the B word pass.
I was going.
I know.
River, you've got the B word pass due to your dad being bald.
So good. It's so good. It's so powerful. I love it.
So, I did like how you called out Ash being sketchy as fuck.
Yeah, Ash is like clearly every scene. It's like, it's a little weird. Like,
you didn't call the robot part, but you did call him being sketchy.
Well, because I kind of already knew the robot part, so
Right.
It was three things. So like I kind of now I forgot the third one. It was the Terminator. It was that Ash scene when they discover he's a robot and they bash his head in. And I had the third one. It was the Wishmaster. I walked in the room. Have you ever seen the Wishmaster?
Yes.
It's a really
very
fucked up
long time ago.
It's a really fucked up movie, but I remember walking in as a kid to grab a drink or whatever, and they were watching in the living room, and it was the part where like somebody gets their fucking jaw ripped off, and I was like, "Oh, I don't like that." Grabs water, goes back to room, play fucking Star Fox. Like I was like, I don't like this.
I like the idea. It's like you got scared by that and not fucking Andros, who exists in a fucking negative.
Well, no, it's because they're the fucking gore of like seeing the guy's fucking like tongue and like whole jaw get ripped off.
Well, no.
And then I remember my dad fucking screaming, "That motherfucker's jaw!" Like I had that kind of family that would like react to movies that way. I was just like, oh god, and like I would cover my ears and run because that shit freaked me out.
I was more just talking about you say you were a massive pussy, and it's just like. Dude, fighting Andros is terrifying. He's literally just a face
I
head.
couldn't beat Andros as a kid. That was my aunt had to do it. Well, no, it's because he was too hard. I don't know why. I was a dumb kid. Remember, I was the one in KOTOR who fucking built dual wielding and dueling because I thought they would coincide with each other. It's like, I'm gonna be dueling people 1-on-1, right? So that means my power would go up if I duel them, and I want to use 2 lightsabers, so. Obviously, that's how I built it, right?
Hey,
wrong.
Because you built your character wrong, that just means it's a bad game, right?
Yep, that's totally what it is. Jay, I love you, you ugly bitch, but you're wrong. Go back and play fucking KOTOR, you silly person.
Jay is kind of really bad at arguing his points. I mean, their points.
And then, like, it really pissed me off, too, because Weekend Warrior, you're also Filipino, and you're also a fucking nerd. You should have been able to knock this shit out of the park, and you fucked up. He's like, well, maybe you should fucking be it. And I'm like, I don't remember exactly what he said. I just remember going, God damn it, you're also stupid. I don't want you on my team.
I agree with Jay in principle in that a lot of the enemies mechanically in that game are quite hit spongy.
But
and it makes progression quite slow. But he argued it so poorly, and I don't know. It's a very niche thing to kind of bring up, but yeah.
The reason I say Jay is so poor at arguing, I immediately go to the superhero argument because they
which one?
The one where they bring up the superheroes not killing
the.
When then Mahler and Rags just put, like, say, the Doctor in some arbitrary box where
there's nothing that he could do to fucking, like, save. Like, there's literally physically nothing he could have done to save anybody. That was the crux. It's been a while. I remember that being, like, a really big controversial thing, and I honestly can't remember it.
I got really irritated because it's just like, oh, you guys are just arbitrarily, like, because
agreeing with each other.
Well, no, not even the agreeing with each other thing. It's the fact that to make this situation happen, you're kind of throwing all sorts of context out of the fucking room. By just placing them in the box, it's like, oh, then how did we get into the box? How did he not just have his sonic screwdriver? Because let's face it, Doctor Who, at least in its bad episodes, he just waves the screwdriver around and then the problem solves itself. And then they're just like, nope, he has to pull the switch. And then it was the argument of if they didn't save them, they're directly responsible for their death, which for some times you can. Like, it is their fault. Some arguments, it's not. Like, when J. Jonah Jameson gives Spider-Man shit because some cops died because Electro killed them. And it's just like, I didn't kill those people. That was, like, Electro was the one who did that. It takes almost the agency away from the villain. It's the weird semantics argument at that point.
No, I agree. Where are we?
Kane is asleep. The facehugger has died. Oh, do I need to reset the thing?
Hold up. No, I think my computer just fucking tizzled down. I might have to drop out. Hold up.
All right. Do you agree, Slar, that I'm kind of just getting into a weird semantics argument while Max is just kind of resetting himself?
What fundamentally is the argument back and forth? What are both sides of it?
So it's if the person dies and the hero cannot save them, the hero is responsible for their death. And I said it's kind of weird in fiction when they do that. When, like, say, Electro kills a bunch of cops and then, like, Jameson will publish something in the Bugle saying it's all Spider-Man's fault, and then Peter will, like, he'll be like, it was all my fault, and it's like, no, it's not. It's clearly Electro because he's the one.
Depends on how done, because you can have a situation where a heroic character tries and fails to save someone, and therefore feels like it's their fault, and there's a lot of character justification for why they would feel that way, even though logically both us and other people in the context of that world would state otherwise. So it goes more to how it's portrayed. If the movie is portraying that the hero feels like it's their fault, that's a perfectly natural thing for them to feel.
Yeah, it's a personal
Whereas
thing.
if it portrays them as, like, actually legitimately being in the wrong, then you get into some tism that can go wrong very easily.
You get the argument of, like, oh, you people are just idiots then. Because I've always... That's the thing I've always kind of hated about Jameson as a character, with him blaming Spider-Man for everything. He kind of just takes away the villain completely out of the equation. It's really
also because
weird.
He knows the Spider-Man name sells papers, and controversy also sells papers, and that's his main goal. He's not actually out to get Spider-Man personally in most iterations. He's out to sell papers.
Right.
So portraying Spider-Man as this controversial figure, it sells more papers. That's why he does it.
Well,
Spider-Man doesn't want to be famous. I'll make him infamous.
You get into the weird argument of, like, now Jameson hires people to kill Spider-Man to even.
Well, that's different.
No, as soon as it goes that far, you're into tism. It should never escalate to that.
Yeah, the second the Spider Slayers
it's taking like this weird adversarial angle on his whole thing, when his whole thing is literally just to sell papers. Because remember, he's not a villain or a hero or anything.
Yeah,
he's just a person who exists in that world. I mean, he's a very extravagant, loud person because
he's also
he is. J.K. Simmons is legitimately probably the best casting ever.
Yes.
In anything as that character. He literally from the comic page to the screen, the transition for J. Jonah Jameson was fucking phenomenal. Yeah, it was so perfect.
But it's kind of the Lex Luthor getting to the power suit argument when Jameson starts doing things to make sure Spider-Man gets killed, like funding the Spider Slayers or creating Scorpion.
Yeah, no, all
it's
of
like
that I
you're
have
a guy who sells
initial
newspapers.
Problem with.
It goes beyond the point of what they were supposed to be. Like when Lex hops into power armor, it's like you're supposed to be a smart guy. Why are you hopping into the power armor to punch Superman?
Well, I mean, it's because he wants to be Superman. He wants to be in that position of power, whether it be like physically powerful or controlling everything as the president.
Mm-hmm. Controlling everything is much more his angle. When you put him in power armor, you're forcing him to do the kind of lazy hero antagonist thing where it's just the hero is fighting somebody who has their exact powers but is evil. And I kind of hate that. I like it when it's more asymmetrical.
But I still wouldn't disagree that it goes against his character. Because like he still wants power. Like
the thing is with JJ, what the context is that's forcing him into it. Because in some, it's where planet Earth is being invaded, and he's kind of stepping up because he legitimately does really care about humanity and Earth and human supremacy. So the idea that an invading conqueror is coming and he has the resources for power armor, he's funding a fucking army. That's just what he's gonna do.
So J. Jonah Jameson is not an alien. Who is an alien is a bunch of really great characters, actually. I really did.
Who were some of your favorites?
Parker in particular, because Parker was my man spitting facts. Like, he's like, why don't we freeze this guy? Why are we still here? What the fuck? Kind of deal. He's the straight man in a way. Like, he's kind of like the mouthpiece for the smarter audience in a way.
Oh yeah, characters who ask questions are my bae. I love them.
And but the thing is, it's also weird because it kind of makes sense, like why people are going against him because, well, Ash is literally an evil robot, and like, fuck, why do I keep forgetting his name? Dallas.
Parker, Ripley, Dallas, like everybody doing the right thing and asking questions and doing all this stuff. It's really good in the sense that everyone is smart and doing their jobs, and the conflict doesn't come from some arbitrary drama created out of nowhere just because somebody was being an idiot. The exception of kind of being Brett when not capturing Jonesy, because Brett's like, why didn't
Well, Brett's kind of an idiot. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, he's just kind of
Brett's
dummy.
not an idiot. Brett just has no charisma. That's because remember, he's one of the engineers. He's fucking smart, but literally,
but like
in
he's
scene,
shown to like not really say.
Yeah, 20 seconds ago, he's like, he only says like right. He only agrees. Just pretty much, kind of just continue his thing so he can get paid, and then that's the end of it.
Yeah, you could say that's a simple-minded thing, which some people could argue that's kind of idiotic in a way, moronic. So what I'm saying though is that he doesn't act out of character.
Yeah.
Like I'm not criticizing the character. I'm just saying like low intelligence is part of who he is, and at no point does it ever contradict that. Which is fine.
Not catching the cat doesn't like fuck up his character in any way. Like they were all kind of in the moment, and nobody thought of it until after the cat was already gone.
Well, no,
like, it's gonna fuck with the motion trackers.
Well, no, Parker and Ripley were both like, no, get it. Put the net on it. Put the net on. And Brett's
well, yeah,
like,
but that
was
after it jumped out, like, because before they didn't realize it was the cat at all. Like that's the whole jump scare thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that actually is it's a horror movie trope by this point, but the whole like it's like, oh, it was actually a cat. It was done well in this one because I don't know if it's one of the originators, but if it was one of the first times I had seen it, because in most horror movies it was just cat.
For a suspenseful moment is classic horror. It's kind of always been around.
Right.
It's just the increasing and deflation of tension.
Right.
to
I was
really
gonna say
hammer home into the audience that they don't know where the threat is going to come from.
the time where it's been done the worst was, I was gonna say, like End of Days, like to the point that it was this spooky thing. The cat shows up, they play like this super loud noise music sting. They do all the stereotypical horror trope things you see in like bad horror games. It's a loud noise, the cat makes a loud noise, and you're just like, oh, cat.
Oh, fuck that. I've got a hotter take, dude. Fucking The Conjuring.
I have not seen The
That whole
Conjuring.
movie series is absolute ass, and I hate that people are like, "Oh my god, it's the scariest movie ever." It's literally nothing but fucking jump scares.
It's why I stay away from most modern horror, like at least from Hollywood, because Paranormal Activity, The Conjuring, I'm like, I'm not interested.
Even Paranormal Activity has like some good moments. Like the characters are usually incredibly stupid, but there is some genuinely good scares in there, but there is a lot of jump scares there as well. So I get it.
What do you guys think about some of the characters in Alien acting kind of in that trope of horror movie people being kind of stupid and not listening to reason?
Hold on,
Because
I'd say they don't.
what are you talking about? Because
They say they don't.
Give us an example.
Well, when people like Parker and Ripley are trying to convince them to not do stupid things or not move forward, and they just aren't listening,
such
not
as
being cautious.
Can I counter that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So normally one of the most like antagonistic forces to like their logic and reasoning is usually Ash. And Ash himself has ulterior motives.
Oh, hold on. Let me
So
take
he
the
wants,
copyright thing.
he kind of wants
the-
kind of like a,
I'm taking the copyright thing away so we could so I could show the stream because we're on the burial scene. This is what I was talking about, where it's like, anyone got anything to say? All right, I'm hitting the button.
button blinking.
Woo! And then he starts spinning.
I think it's the speed and the spin that just absolutely makes it.
It's the
spin.
It's
the spin.
The speed is fine. The spin is like, wow, okay, that's weird.
It's because they make like a whole event.
Necessary.
They make a whole event out of Dizzy and Spock and all that stuff, and then like, especially Spock, you got like Amazing Grace playing. He flies into the Genesis planet. Like a whole ritual was done, and even with Dizzy, they had a whole military ceremony. Meanwhile, with this, it was like, anyone got any words to point out? Nope. All right, you've been wrapped in toilet paper. I'm hitting the button.
So I just thought of an example. So when Kane is infected, when he has the thing on him, and Ripley's telling them, no, don't break quarantine, don't bring him in, and nobody listens to her.
Who's the person who breaks quarantine?
Ash, and it's because he's got ulterior motives.
That's because he's got ulterior motives.
That's not characters being dumb. So you're the big.
I thought it was Lambert. Is it Lambert or Ash who opens the door?
Ash is the one who opens the door, and he's like, "Door's open."
I gotta rewind it. Hold on.
I'll say, well, I know Lambert says something about opening the door, but I couldn't remember she's actually the one who does it.
No, she's
I think everybody says something about opening the door, but Ripley's the only one acting like, oh, this is what we responsibly have to do. But the one who breaks it is Ash, and we all know, like, as in later.
Yeah, he's following his protocol.
He's literally a ribbit, and he's trying to do his thing.
Yeah, so I guess it's more of a question of who are they listening to? They're choosing to listen to Ash as opposed to what we would see as the voice of reason.
No, they're listening to...
There's the voice of reason and also the voice of rank, because...
Right.
See, another trope you're talking about, and in something like the Amityville Horror, where it's literally just a house, and you can leave at any time. In fact, the house itself directly tells you to leave.
Right.
And people choose to stay in there. It's like, yeah, you're into some horror movie trope bullshit. But in this, where you're in the middle of space, there's nowhere you can really escape to, and you have to choose who you're listening to. the science officer is the one in the best position, usually, to give the most reasonable, logical advice. So choosing to listen to him, I kind of get if you don't know that he's evil.
I hate to bring it up, but isn't Evil Dead also kind of have the you guys could leave at any moment? Because the car is right there. I'm trying to remember if... Because I know they're the Deadites that kind of just spawn randomly. It's been so long since I've seen the Evil Dead. Ninja, can you back me up on this one?
Yeah, I haven't seen it recently enough to really comment. To the best of my memory, I think it does have that thing where there are points very early in the movie where they could have just left if they wanted to.
Keep thinking about the Pablo Francisco fucking thing.
Well, it's because Ninja, you're the one that you're the one that's remembers the Evil Dead better than any of us, right?
I mean, possibly, but I wouldn't specifically, like, if you don't know the answer, I'm confused as to why it was brought up as a reference, because now you're just off on a tangent that you don't even know the answer to.
Well, as far as I know, the answer was going to default to the Deadites would have gotten them, but that's such a loose answer.
You don't know. That's my point. It's like, why even bring it up if you don't know?
Or more importantly, we don't know whether the characters would have known that.
Right. You don't have... It's like you're trying to use it as like a comparison or an example, but you don't have the information you need to make that comparison or example, so why...
Well, I was keeping it within the horror genre, because there is the classic horror trope of characters just being stupid. The slasher genre being the
so
example.
Point to a movie that you have a comparison for.
I mean, okay, Friday the 13th, all of the fucking counselors are...
Yeah, literally any of them. Yeah, exactly. You know, you can point to any one of those movies and go, yep, that's an example of somebody being incredibly fucking stupid.
I would leave, but the car works.
It's like in all the slasher movies where, you know, the fucking killer is chasing you and you go into the house and then you like run up the fucking stairs.
That's what I'm saying. The Pablo
happens all the time.
The Pablo Francisco fucking joke. The noise. I'm gonna kill you, Billy. Is that you?
I was gonna make the joke about how every time the second the killer is chasing you, you somehow lose like all equilibrium and you're just falling down every 2 seconds.
I'm gonna get naked and take a shower now.
I mean, it's literally the kind of stuff they do in like Scary Movie, you know. It's those are the kind of tropes where it's like, yeah, they don't.
And also, a good example of characters being stuck for very good reason is Until Dawn, actually, because they're at the top of the fucking mountain. You can't get there by car.
No, absolutely not. That is a horrible example.
Wait, are you of example of them being isolated?
Yeah, that fucking game is like not a good example. It's very tropey. It's very
okay.
The choices are meaningless.
Well, no.
Let's
not talk about like the game itself mechanically and all that shit writing wise. Do you feel like that's a good justification for them being isolated? They're on the top of a mountain with no reception, and one of them is literally trying to like set up shit for them to get fucked over. Like, don't look at the game itself, but like I'm talking about the scenario.
It still feels like a weak scenario because it's like, why are they all there in the first place? Like, why is that the place that they all want to congregate?
Well, because that's the thing. He offers to bring them there because like he want to like have like a last hurrah or whatever together, and like
it makes you ask the question of why would the characters say yes? It doesn't matter that he's offering. It's why do they say yes?
Like I said, the because it was like a like
it's very like
a memorial. It's a memorial for like the sisters who died.
Sure,
that should be a red flag. That should be a red flag though.
It's a very flimsy setup. Like once they're there, sure, they're isolated, but getting them there is tismy as fuck.
Yeah, but that's my whole thing is like them being isolated in that position where they can't really do anything else to get out of the situation.
Well, he does bring up a good point. Just because they're isolated, it's the problem of how they got there does kind of interfere with that.
Maybe.
You mean maybe?
Well, because like, I'm trying to
The
think of
fuck
like a
you
counter.
mean maybe?
I'm
like,
trying to think of like a good counter example, but I can't really think of
Alien.
anything.
Well, so to bring it back to this, Alien wouldn't work if they were just on Earth. They could just leave the Nostromo at any time.
Ooh, wait, what? If they were on Earth?
Yeah, well, the argument, like, regardless of the fact that that means the Xenomorph is one, like, regardless of that.
I was going to say, the Xenomorph's on Earth, that's kind of fucked.
I'm just playing it loosey goosey. They cannot leave the Nostromo at least until the last point, because by this point so many people have died that they're just like, fuck this. But they're currently stuck on the ship. The circumstance would be different if they were like on an inhabited planet.
They have nowhere to go. It's the same thing of like if this was happening on a boat in the middle of the ocean. It's not like they can just get off the ship.
Yeah.
We actually have an example of this on Earth in The Thing, where they're in a base in the Arctic where they can't leave because the environment is just too hostile to them to survive. So they have to stay there.
And I was actually going to break up another good example too with underwater. Same thing. You can't just get out of where they are.
Well, then they have the escape pods, which I always
they have the escape pods, which is a little weird, yeah.
I'm like, I get the equipment would probably be tough enough. It's just, man, at the speed they're going, they get the bends like instantly. You're not supposed to go up that fast.
Only if the pressure is changing inside. If you can maintain constant pressure inside the pod, which I assume is what the pod is for, then it can still be.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the bends to like comment on that, so I don't know.
It's more if you're in just. This is like old-timey diving shit where it's just you in a big brass suit and you don't really have any kind of pressure regulation. So the air inside your suit is being compressed more and more as you go down, as the pressure goes up. Which is fine up to a point you can survive, but if the pressure changes too quickly, it will also change the pressure inside your body as well, and that's how you get the bends. And the bends will fuck you up.
Which is why, like, if you do get the bends, you're thrown basically into a chamber to basically either flatten you back. Because I'm trying to remember if it's the gas expanding or if it's the gas compressing that causes the bends.
It's expanding. It's when you come up too fast.
So yeah, that's when they throw you into the little chamber to basically compress everything back into place. Because the bends is so fucking bad with the way they described it. So we were talking about the argument of the
tropey like just like characters acting like dumb or whatever. And like I said, I'd argue that no character is acting like dumb or outside of their character, like in a horror movie trope. They're all acting how they should.
Yeah, Lambert's not dumb. Lambert is just a deer in the headlights when it comes to any situation that would make her panic.
Well, no, I would say deer in the headlights. Well, I wouldn't say deer in the headlights. She's like a bunny rabbit. She's scared. She's horrified. Yeah.
She dies because.
Oh yeah, that's true. She does freeze up. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, isn't deer in the headlights? I know that's not a literal term. Like the second you shined a light on her, she just froze. No, it's the fact that she got cornered and she just didn't even move.
She panics. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
she's also when Dallas dies, she's like, that thing.
No. Yeah, before he dies, she's like freaking out. She's like, get out of there, kind of thing. Like she's like, yeah.
She does not handle the pressure of the situation well. But that's not stupid. That's just a personality trait.
And once again, these aren't fucking hardened soldiers. These are just people. Like these are just fucking everyday like miners.
I actually love the fact that Parker is just like, we're not trained to do that. You give me money, I guess I'll do it.
I mean. I feel like I know Parker. It's like the weird thing. I feel like I work with Parker.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of just those people who want to just get any amount of money for doing literally anything. It's like, yeah, I'll do this thing if you pay me.
No.
Which is the vast majority of people.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's also interesting because there's a line, like I said, you can say call it a throwaway line or whatever, but there's a line that Dallas tells Parker, no heroics, when he like goes to walk away and shit like that. So it's like implied that Parker is kind of a like person who would put himself like in danger to help other people, and that's how ultimately what kills him.
I would say he's reckless, and that's why he said
reckless.
No heroics.
Well, like I said, reckless and heroic are pretty fucking in tandem together.
Yeah,
and like I said, what he does is very heroic because he tries to fucking tackle an apex predator to save Lambert's life, as opposed to just shooting the alien, killing it, and killing Lambert at the same time.
I do actually like Parker's dialogue where he's like, "Get out of the way, Lambert! You're gonna kill us." Mainly because if Lambert fires, it's gonna kill her. But if she keeps standing there, he won't be able to do anything, and then they'll both die.
Yeah. Like I said, nobody really acts outside of like what they should. That's good quality of character writing. Like most you probably say is Dallas in a way, but like even Dallas is like he's kind of doing what he's told to do, but he's also trying to look out for his people.
Dallas should have this is one of those situations where I just nope out of the situation. When Dallas just touched the goo, I would have just been like, "Fuck this." But that's the difference between like oh, I have the sensible situation where it's like, yeah, I could just nope out of there, but no, reality, that thing's stuck with you. So even if you nope out, it's just gonna get you sooner or later. Oh, and even smart things like when Ash literally just did it. When he realizes the door is still open, he runs over to close it, so in case if the facehugger is still alive, it can't just leave. I very much
and arguably one of the only characters who's not acting out of self-preservation is Ash, but then when you learn that he's literally a robot following borderline suicidal orders, it's like, oh, okay, that
of course.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because he literally doesn't even understand. He's not a person, so he's like, yeah, I'll sacrifice myself if it means getting the alien to Earth.
I actually interpreted that moment as him trapping the creature inside with everyone else.
I mean, either or.
To make sure that it didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, it's a win-win for Ash. He's Hulk with the time travel thing, and I see this as an absolute win.
Yeah, either the facehugger gets one of them, or the facehugger doesn't, get lost or get killed or whatever, and either of those things is good for his goals.
And I like the fact that Dallas gets on top of fucking Ripley to protect her and shit like that from like the dead facehugger, like without even thinking, he jumps on her, so it shows he cares about his crew.
It's something I enjoy the hell out of Ripley, and it's the argument of like, there's a reason why Ripley is at the top of most people's best female characters list. Because
oddly, she's not a Mary Sue. It's really interesting. It's really weird to see her like fuck up in like a bunch of different ways, and she's like not great at everything she does. It's pretty cool.
One of my favorite moments is when she's in the elevator and when she's like loading the grenades and like taking her jacket off. You see her like close her eyes for a minute to kind of collect herself, because she's basically about to finally confront the nightmares in a way.
Yeah,
she's going right into the heart of the hive. Because remember,
like literally,
Aliens, she's been like having nightmares almost nightly.
Yeah, and it's like that was a thing too. It's like, why the fuck would anybody go back to where any of these fucking monsters are? And it's like, oh, it's because she wants to see them die. She needs to know that they don't exist anymore. And it's like, oh, that's really good.
Oh yeah, for the reason why she goes to LV-427. I thought you were about to go I thought you were talking about when she goes in the hive. I was like, oh, by that point it's to save Newt.
No. I'm talking about the very beginning, because I was like, why the fuck would anybody want to do this shit?
Why she's on the mission in the first place.
Yeah,
they do a good job of setting up why she would do that for herself. And she actually, in the movie, they do it quite well, where she's presented with the mission and she is very logically and understandably like, hell the fuck no. I will be just a normal dock worker till the day I die before I go back there. And then she's like, you know what? I'm having nightmares and PTSD from these fucking things. I think it would be therapeutic for me to just see them being wiped out.
I always chuckle with the fact that Ripley's first action with being introduced to Gorman is just close the fucking door.
Yeah.
This is Lieutenant Gorman.
See, and this is how easy it is to make like really good female characters, is by just starting off by making a really good character who is female. It's like when they try to do the whole girl boss thing is where they start going wrong, because they make being a woman a trait unto itself. When
girl boss? What are you talking about?
It's basically one of those. It's the nickname for what the trope has become by this point.
Yeah. Where you have a strong female character, and instead of being strong in the sense that anybody wanted, as in well written, rounded personality, we understand what they think and why they think it, and we're shown that they actually do fucking think and make decisions for themselves and have a place in the world, and all these other nice things that make a character feel like a full character with a personality and a place in the world. They start putting in these cardboard cutouts that have like very superficial elements of power, and then we're told that these are great and groundbreaking and all these other things, and they're really not.
Stunning and brave.
Yeah,
it's the trope. Yeah, okay.
Literally to the point
which really detracts, because there could have been so many really fucking great characters that got hamstrung by this bullshit.
It's why even to the point that Lindsay Ellis, when making a video about like modern Disney and how woke they are, anytime a girl boss moment would happen, it's like, this is my fight. It's just like they'd play it for like a moment. That's how much of a joke it became.
The most iconic one has to be from the live action Aladdin movie, where they get this whole new song for Jasmine about how she won't be silenced.
And then she's immediately silenced.
They go back to the actual plot of the movie, and she's taken fucking hostage and silenced.
It's so funny. They even have a moment for Nala too, because they even give her an antagonist to fight. It's so fucking.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. It's like, I'm not a cub anymore. And, that mostly from the Lindsay Ellis video. It's just why I almost just went, this is my fun. Oh god, it's such a fucking joke.
Actual good examples would be things like Frozen and Moana from recent Disney. Moana, pretty good movie. Mostly. I mean, it has some things that I think are really
It's got some Tismy moments, but overall,
pretty good movie. Yeah. Like I said, it's kind of nice to have like a good Polynesian movie, whereas opposed to Raya.
Also, people who say the Rock can't sing, it's like he sings pretty well.
Bruh, in Hercules we had Danny DeVito with a fucking song. Anybody can get a song.
Well, yeah, I've just noticed
Danny DeVito has
these
the
people
voice of an angel, good sir. I need you to fucking check.
So he has an angel who smokes 20 a day.
Well,
yeah,
you
can't judge.
Well, whoop-de fucking do.
I would love an R-rated version of Disney's Hercules. So you want to be a hero, kid? Well, whoop-de fucking do.
Oh my god, just like they refilmed the entire thing. It's animated, hand drawn, all of it the exact same casting. The only difference is that Danny DeVito swears now.
I've been around the block before with fuckheads just like you.
Fuckheads just like you.
So to bring it back to Alien, I would say I have
great Alien.
I had two favorite Ripley moments. I like her when she does the quarantine thing. I think that's a really good moment, and it's one of the first things that really establishes her as being both like intelligent and grounded. And then towards the end of Aliens, when she's trying to just kind of back out of the egg chamber, and then like one of the eggs opens, and she just kind of does this. There's this moment where her head tilts.
Yeah, it's that.
Like,
noticed that.
Fucking
that was fucking
seriously,
great. Like,
I
that was
love
so
that moment.
Fucking
Michael
good, dude.
Biehn,
I love that shit.
Well, Michael Biehn said that was like the one. Like Michael Biehn says that is the moment where Sigourney Weaver looks her hottest. That's the guy who plays Hicks.
I mean, it's one of her most badass moments. Absolutely,
it really is. Yeah,
I found it really funny in the moment, kind of thing. Like
it's my
favorite kind of thing.
It's one of my favorite scenes of the entire film because she's just like, oh, now you fucked up. Like fucking really. And then she just empties the fucking mag of the pulse rifle. And you see the counter go down.
Mm-hmm. You don't like watching counters go down.
I personally don't. What?
You don't like watching counters go down. You had the issue with the auto turrets.
So the auto turrets has the problem of just, I don't know. It's the fact that they're looking at the monitors, and I think it's
you just have a problem with people looking at monitors? Is this like not believing in the concept of an egg? I don't understand.
No.
Oh.
Does that seem the light of day? Do people know about that? I don't believe the concept of numbers.
I don't believe in monitors. You're just like, how are you doing this podcast thing? It's just
don't worry about it.
It's just my headphones and just the unit itself. I'm just staring into a blank wall.
Okay, but yeah, seriously though, what is the issue with the turret scene?
So
for those who don't know, we watched the special edition, and it had a bunch of extra scenes in it. One of the extra scenes was apparently these turrets being set up and used to fend off the aliens.
It's for me, it is kind of hard to nail down, because when looking at the scene, it does rack up even more tension.
Sorry.
Sorry, the body again.
I had to rewind to show the.
God damn it! It's flying out. Why? Damn it!
It's so fucking hilarious.
Weird. Dude, Wyatt, I'm so fucking sorry, dude. But goddamn, what? It's so weird. It's so weird. Because like I tried not to like laugh at it, and then you guys paused the movie. I was like, "Oh God, okay, thank God I'm not the only one." Well, that was really fucking weird.
Well, I mean, we paused for only a few things. One was to point out how that scene kind of just is a little bit goofy, and then the other thing I pointed out was how the ash being turned on and off was that was one of the only effects that kind of didn't age well. Because it's the prop hard cut the guy's face under the guy's body under the table type deal.
Yeah. I really would like to I need it to be competently done, but I really would like to see like a good remake of these two movies. Like, you know what I mean? God.
He literally pushes the button and says yeet. With the body,
that's what the button says. The button. The button.
It's like modern slang, hombre.
No. I would just have I just edit it so the button just does say yeet.
It does say yeet.
Or that's what the monitor says when the countdown goes to 0. Dude, yeet.
No, dude, replace Mother with GLaDOS.
I do like Mother. Mother is
saying, dude. I'm saying. Like, I feel like there's potential here if it's done well.
Dude, nothing is scarier than in Pacific Rim. The fact the computer is voiced by GLaDOS. You're like,
voiced by GLaDOS. It's weird. Would you like to start again?
You're just like, oh no, thank you. You're probably gonna side with the kaiju.
And then you fucking appear, like, and then she somehow looks at the audience and goes, "Oh, it's you." God, did anybody else get like massive chills at that part?
Voice is. It's like I remember when the trailer for Portal 2 dropped, and at the end of that trailer, you actually get like an audio cue from GLaDOS, and I immediately fucking wide-eyed, uncomfortable "oh no" face as soon as I heard the voice again. I'm like, oh no, oh dear.
One of the tech demos for the lab for the HTC Vive is you literally trying to repair like Atlas. And then the whole wall just peels away, and GLaDOS just gets right in your face, and you're just like, huh?
Oh, that's great.
That's sorry. Great. I'm sorry.
Immediate extreme discomfort.
Yeah, it's like, how very disappointing. And then she puts you in a test chamber, and it's just like, all right. At least I have a chance of escaping.
I mean, I think GLaDOS is one of the only characters in fiction who was literally a potato for a while and is still threatening.
Very threatening.
Yeah.
And even when she's like splooshing over fucking J. Jonah Jameson.
I mean, who isn't?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's fair. It's like even GLaDOS knows the fucking power.
J.K. Simmons could read me a bedtime story, and I'd feel threatened.
I don't want your damn lemons.
What's that like bedtime story? Go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah,
I want Jonah Jameson to do a reading of that. It'd be fucking great.
Well, there's
It's
Have
Samuel
you
L.
never
Jackson.
heard that?
Yeah, it's Samuel Jackson
Samuel L.
says like,
Jackson, go the fuck
"No,
to
I
sleep.
won't get you a glass of water. Go."
Why haven't I heard of this?
Oh my
I feel like
don't
my
know, dude.
life
It's
is
been a
pretty
minute.
amazing. Yeah.
The fact that it's an actual book too is hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He's reading an actual book called "Go the Fuck to Sleep."
Oh man, I gotta watch that. I'm gonna look that up. That sounds great.
It's fucking amazing.
So the problem, so this is kind of just a wording problem on my end to describe the auto turret scene, because I'm trying my best not to use the buzzword of pacing, because it's just such an ambiguous fucking bullshit word.
It really is. Don't embrace the tism.
That's why I'm trying not to use it, because it's a shortcut.
Do better.
Hey, okay, again, a warning when you leave the stream, sweetie, because on my...
She did give a warning.
Yeah, she did.
I don't see Discord. I don't, because I'm in stream mode. I don't
see
so
she
the
warned
queue.
everybody except you, apparently.
Yeah, the guy who's running the stream.
And in the same room, like, it's fine for me not to hear it, but, like, they're in the same fucking room together.
Yeah, so she can't even, like, tap me on the shoulder and fucking tell me. It's like, because now I gotta adjust Discord-tisms. So with the auto turrets, I think it's because since I've seen both versions, and I pretty much, for the most part, love the theatrical cut. Because I love what the scene with Ripley's daughter and how it adds to the themes of like parenthood and all that stuff. But I really don't like the scene of Hadley's Hope before the infestation, and I really don't like the auto turret scene because Aliens is a very well made film without those extra scenes. So,
okay, but do they detract from it in a way that you can put your finger on?
Yeah.
No, it just personally bothers me. With the Hadley's Hope, it's definitely how I'm like, I think it does good enough without it. That's the only, I think the scenes work well without them, and I don't see why they were put back in. Ripley's daughter needed to be there for the overall theme of the film.
Wait, so that scene of her
issues with like loss and grief and
So wait, that scene of her fucking looking at a picture of her daughter's not in the theatrical cut?
No, it's not.
Wow. That's
and it justifies the whole thing with Newt a lot more because you understand why she's sort of looking for this, prosthetic daughter to fill this void in her life. She's literally still grieving over the loss of her daughter. And it puts that into a lot more context in the special edition than it does in the theatrical.
And then the rest of the film is just perfect. So to just jam these scenes of Hadley's Hope pre-infestation, I get it, it adds context, but it's just the situation of that didn't need to be there.
Problem is,
it didn't feel gratuitous though. Like it felt like it.
That's the thing. Like me going in this like raw, like I didn't see anything wrong with those scenes. There's literally nothing wrong with
both of them. I thought added more and took nothing away, which is exactly what you want from extra scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess since I've seen both, I'm neutral. So I'm just like, I only prefer this just because I personally feel like it runs better. But since like with Slur, he's only seen the special edition, so it's the more complete package.
I've seen both, and that was my first time watching the special edition, and the scenes, like I've heard people say that they're like that scene with Hadley's Hope is kind of jarring or it takes away from the tension of the other stuff, but honestly, after watching it, I think Slur and Max have a good point. Like, it does kind of hammer home what Ripley set up earlier, so it kind of creates this sort of like alley-oop situation where it's like Ripley has that line where she's like, oh my god, families, and then they follow that up with like, you actually see tiny children running around and playing, and it's like, oh fuck.
So wait, so let me ask, is that whole scene not there? Like, even Newt, like seeing her fucking parents.
No.
No.
The first time you see Newt is when they rip her out of the vents.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like those scenes are really necessary then, because like it gets set up for, like, you see like exactly the contrast from like, oh, she's kind of this little cute little girl into like she's barely surviving in this horrible.
Same time, you can kind of get that before
And you
because you
see,
see
well, but
the
the thing is, you
picture
see
in the
the
little vents. Like,
well,
this
but
was
here's
a
the
sweet
thing,
little
you
girl.
yeah, you could spit that as subtle, but like it really does hammer home where it's like, oh, she has a brother and a mother and a father, and they are just not there. Like that's not conveyed at all.
Yeah,
Also,
you get references to them in
like,
the dialogue, but to actually see them is different. You know,
Also,
the absence of them like is like more powerful. Is what I'm saying.
I will say it also gives context to Newt being in the vents because her mom literally scolds her for playing in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
and it's like, oh, that's like her saving grace because she's the only one who survives.
And that's why I'm trying, because that's also another reason why I'm trying to say the buzzword, because like almost pacing is almost a subjective feeling, because it's just like, yeah, it's almost like if this scene bored me or not, and that's
the
completely
main
up to
thing
me.
that I would see, or when people are complaining about pacing, they're usually talking about something that like slows down the movie to a crawl without adding anything to it. Like it's superfluous scenes that don't need to be there. These extra scenes are all there, and they are all adding something
True.
to the world building or to the character building. They're not just meaningless fluff.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, and also I will say my main problem with the auto turrets might just be the fact that it's able to convey itself. It's just kind of I guess that's just sort of an effects thing, which I'm almost kind of brushing under the rug because it's an older film. Of course it's not going to have like modern day effects of the like, because while the film was going, we were talking about the idea of like just wall to wall xenomorphs just rushing these turrets. We'd get that in a modern film, but they wouldn't even remotely have the budget to do that like in the 80s.
I mean, even with the budget they had, they gave us enough that we knew that it was happening and we could see it happening. It was all just with like very quick shots of aliens being torn to shreds by the
they don't even show that. I could have sworn that they did show aliens getting destroyed by the turrets, but no, we just literally just look at the guns firing.
Well, no, we get one. Like I said again, we get one shot of an alien getting ripped apart.
I guess I must have blinked when that happened. It was a blink and you'll miss it type deal. Because when I remembered that, I could have sworn it was reused footage from the Hive. Specifically the xenomorph that Vasquez shoots that splashes onto Drake. That's the footage they reuse. It's weird.
Okay, so I guess we can just get to the part where I have the issue. So we've covered everything about Alien up until the end part.
Hold on, we didn't talk about what about the fucking vents, you asshole.
Well, the vent. Okay. Well,
one of the most iconic horror movie scenes of all time.
Yeah, and then it follows up with "Give me a hug," which I kind of giggled when that part happened.
I really enjoyed the hell out of the vents, because the vents is a perfect idea of rising tension, and then to the climax of the scene when the xenomorph basically just goes, bleh! I know it literally is a jump scare of the alien just going, bleh! But
it's literally a jump scare of him bleh and like holding his hands out looking adorable.
It's why I don't know if it's still on my computer. I think I posted it to
I posted it in the Discord last night. Give me a hug.
Well, no, I literally made a thing of it's the scene from Toy Story. You're mocking me, aren't you? Oh no. Buzz, look at alien! Where? And then I edited the xenomorph going there, and I had Woody at ear rape levels go, bah! It's just because this is when I was just testing out my my editor. Buzz, look at alien! Where? Bah! It's just the fucking xenomorph. It is just something where a meme actually probably could ruin the tension of that. And the tension is still there, and it's a great example of it. Because most modern horror doesn't build most of the time. It's just there from the get-go. And it's like, no, you need to savor the moments where the monster is not there. Like, most of the time when we see the xenomorph, it is shrouded in darkness. It is blending into its environment really well. It's why like this set design is fucking amazing. All the hanging chains where you can possibly try to see its tail.
Like the chains thing I thought was really interesting too, because it did kind of look like a tail a couple of times.
Yes, that's the point. It's fucking awesome.
Which, it's actually interesting. The tail thing only appears during the kill of Lambert. Like, that's an iconic thing from like most of the games in AVP and shit like that, of like the tail hanging down.
Well, that's just something that with Ridley Scott kind of didn't know how he was gonna kill Lambert, because the famous crab walking scene.
Crab walking scene?
Oh god, I gotta show this deleted scene. Hold on, let me throw the cover up. Basically,
they realized that the alien looked like a guy in a suit, so they had to like hide it as much as possible. I think I've heard of this.
Okay, throw on the main screen so they can just see it. This is how Lambert originally like was supposed to get killed. You just see the alien literally just in the room, and you're like, what? And it just fucking, yeah, it just starts doing this. Oh wait, I was wondering why it was doing so weird. It's because I'm still at 2 times speed. Hold on.
Oh, that didn't help.
That explained why Lambert was moving so fucking fast. Just like,
I was just looking at the fucking alien.
So, yeah, it's kind of just there, and you're wondering like why she's not seeing it, and then she just now sees it. And it raises its tail up as because it's trying to, like, I guess it's trying to go for the rape allegory again, because it literally fucks Lambert to death, and that's what it does. It's like,
wow. I'm kind of glad I got most of my like seeing of how aliens move and interact from the games in AVP.
And then this
looks really dumb. This looks pretty awful.
Yeah, it was really...
Part of that is the lighting, like how well lit it is. Like that makes it look even worse.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like it really doesn't help that it's so well lit.
And also the alien is just clearly just there.
He's
just sitting there in the fetal position.
What's his name? The Predator's called Jerry. What's the alien's name?
I don't know. I've never looked that stuff up.
Yeah, okay. Because they always called Predator 1 Jerry.
Jerry the Predator.
Jerry the Predator. I was curious if they had like a fucking little giggly name for the alien. This is Larry. It's Larry and Jerry. They don't really like each other.
Those are the most.
I don't want to say it's a race thing, but it's kind of a race thing.
That's the most horrifying design for a vent, by the way. This like cylinder shutting effect. It's like, oh, you get your hand
like
caught,
what the
you get your hand caught in there, it's gone. It's just gonna go slice.
Well, it doesn't close all the way, so it wouldn't even go slice. It would be just like break.
Well, no, I'd imagine that closes to a pretty small, like, to basically finger size, so it's gonna cut a decent chunk into your hand. Like, yeah, that's gonna barely even fit your thumb. And I don't know why. I imagine that's sharp. It's probably not, and it probably would just be a crushing thing.
Yeah.
It's its circular design, actually. It's a circular design that makes me think it's sharp, when in all reality it wouldn't be sharp at all.
Right.
It'd be a... Why would it need to be sharp?
You don't know.
It's an air vent. Here.
Why are anything sharp?
Well, knives, so you can specifically cut things.
Yeah, air vents, so you can cut the air.
Oh, I do enjoy the fact that the flamethrower like, I'm glad they didn't reuse props for aliens. That the incinerators are the incinerators are literally just thrown together. It's this idea that I love in both films of like 70s sci-fi. Of, yeah, we're in the future, but there's still buttons and everything's big and analog. It's why I really didn't like when JJ touched Star Trek and he basically just did like LCDs and touch screens and holograms. And it's just like, what are you doing?
Well, it's the concept of
what the future
modern
would look like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, because you got to think the reason that they used these things back then is because that's what they had access to. JJ is using what he has access to.
It's and it's the whole like we kind of just assume Trek at that point of the 23rd century just looks like that now when JJ was trying to update it.
Yeah, and it's like JJ's Trek with all of its issues, like. That's probably what it would look like in the future.
I know. I guess I'm just being a purist when I'm just like, no, the Enterprise looks like it did in the 60s. So when they updated it for Discovery, I got a little bit. It's like, why did you guys change the bridge? Like I pull like almost a mic from Red Letter Media where it's like, oh, is the bridge gonna get damaged? And that's when they bring in all the 60s set. It's like, no, that's not what's gonna happen. And this is the example.
Are we gonna have a segment like that too, where Mike talks about Star Trek, and Wyatt talks about Star Trek?
No, with me that's Star Wars. Just a fucking alien. I know it's kind of they should not have hung it on that shot for as long as
on the did. Fucking it shouldn't have been the hands. Like if it wasn't the hands, I'd be fine.
If it was just the mouth, if it was the mouth. Well, that's the problem of like they were trying to set up the egg morphing scene, which they ended up cutting. That's kind of one of those things that they should have reshot this.
Yeah, or just zoomed in on the alien's face a little bit more so we don't see the fucking hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the hands is really bad for that particular shot.
That's
especially because he's got the flashlight. It's really well lit. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, and that's probably why I have such an issue with the scene. It's because of the ending. It's like,
is really Scott? Weird. Is he kind of an example of like when it comes to his franchises, it's the one and done type deal, which is why like he should not have touched like Prometheus and Covenant.
No, not necessarily.
Well, it's because he wouldn't have done the Queen. He would have leaned more into the egg morphing, which isn't dumb. I mean,
I don't think that's something that he's particularly known for, but.
Well, no, that's why I was asking. It's like, because I was thinking of that. I was thinking Blade Runner. All of his stuff has been picked up, and then when he's gone back to, he ends up fucking up. Alien being the classic example, or just the go-to.
I can't wait to fucking watch 3, 4, Prometheus and Covenant.
Don't make me watch Prometheus and Covenant. I
can't wait. I can't
wait.
We
can do it today. We can binge them all. Let's do it.
It's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. It's like legit glee. Because like I said, I've heard Covenant is like absolutely the worst thing to happen to a franchise, and it's like, did you watch Star Wars? But apparently it's that bad, so I'm really interested.
Hold on, Covenant came out before Last Jedi. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, but like what I'm saying, and like retroactively looking back, you know what I mean? It's like apparently Covenant's like the shit, and it's like
Star Wars would like to know your
and it's like, and it's so weird because it's like I said, for those who don't know, I've never seen the movies, but there was an RTS on the Xbox OG that I fell in love with. It was called Alien vs. Predator Extinction. That's what I've been like hinting at, like throughout the call, with like all my knowledge of it. Like the differences between the three races of Marines, aliens, and predators, like it all felt really well done, and like every single aspect of like the alien culture and shit like that. All of the Space Marines and shit like that, they had their strengths and their weaknesses. Like there wasn't like one army that was objectively better than the other.
In terms
unless you had an army of pred aliens, which you were kind of like fucking unstoppable at that point. But
well, I was going to bring up how in the campaigns the difficulties were objectively fucking one was harder than the other. The Predator campaign, the AI flat out cheats and
it's pretty
more
fucked.
Units than it could possibly do.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, so all of my like love for this franchise, like never saw a single movie, like you know what I mean. I only played that game, and I watched AVP, and before that, I watched the first 2 Predator movies. I never watched Alien because Alien kind of freaked me out. Which, admittedly, looking at it, That's not that gory of a fucking movie. I don't handle gore really well. Like, there's a bit of blood on what's his name, Parker, and then of course there's the whole like chest burster scene, which I've kind of seen that in like other shit, so it's like not too bad. Yeah, no.
Then you're gonna hate Alien 3 if we can't get our hands on the assembly cut.
Why?
No, I'm
not.
Is
it like horrifically gory?
No, I'm not telling you.
No, right.
No, you don't want spoilers. This is what
yeah. Well, like special effects spoilers, like fucking Ninja and this fucking snarky ass is like, should we have a safe word? It's like, well, actually, maybe.
I don't like gratuitous.
It's still called snark if it's accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't like gratuitous gore, and I will admit sometimes I have a hard time telling a.
Weird.
Well, sorry, did I say I don't have a problem, or I do? Because I do have a problem. I may have just faux
pas. Ninja's weird.
It depends on context, but gratuitous or gore can be gratifying. Gratuitous, even.
I don't know. The Boys is my go-to example with crashing into the whale. That's my go-to example of like bad gratuitous gore.
Well, that was kind of funny. The fucking face rip was just like, why? That seems really unnecessary.
I almost just said adaptation argument out of reflex, and I was like, wait, nope. Because she did that in the comics, and it's like, wait, nope.
Yeah, but I'm just
that is not a valid
then
argument.
It sucks there too. Like it's like why would you do this?
Also, if we're putting forth candidates for an official YARP safe word, I propose Gilgamesh.
I was gonna say egg.
No, because
that comes up too much.
Yeah, it comes up way too much.
That's why I was gonna make the joke of like, oh, he's using the safe word. Looks like we gotta change subjects. The reveal of Ash finally being a robot. I think this is a good one. I love the reveal because suddenly the tension goes up to 11 again. Because we just see how strong he is.
Could you make the argument though that he kind of suffers from like the Terminator syndrome, where he's literally just like chucking her across the room instead of killing her?
He does it only 2 times and then immediately tries to strangle her with the magazine.
What?
I don't know how that's possible.
What was that, by the way, with the magazine? That seemed awkward.
He's trying to strangle her, but I've always wondered, like,
with a dick-shaped thing. Is that like the whole like
rape allegory?
Rape allegory. It's like Jing. It's really strange to me. It's like, why did you grab a magazine when you could just hold her face?
It is one of those things of. Actually, yeah, I kind of agree. It does have turn.
Because at first I thought he was gonna hit her. I was like, "That's
he's gonna give her the bonk.
He's gonna fucking bonk her." I was like, "That's such a weird thing." I was like, "No."
I realized what you were going for, Ninja, and I accidentally equated Terminator syndrome with the throwing, and not the whole like just inefficient in general.
I mean, it's kind of both. He literally throws her twice when he doesn't need. Well, he could easily overpower her at any time,
snap her back, or do anything. Like
literally just grapple her and kill her. Rip her fucking throat out. Anything,
Yeah, humans are pretty easy to kill.
No, that's why because the go-to example is why is the Terminator is in Terminator Salvation? Why is he throwing John all over the place? And I forget he also he's also way too inefficient for a lot of other bullshit. And for Ash, it's weird with the magazine thing when it's like you could literally just hold her down and beat her to death if you wanted to.
With the magazine.
Okay, the magazine would have crumpled.
The magazine's weird, dude. Like, why the fuck did he? Like, it's what I'm saying. It's like the weirdest part of the whole movie.
He's trying to strangle her, but I've always wondered how.
But he puts it like
on her mouth,
but he holds it
still...
and in a circle thing, and her nose is still exposed, and her mouth is kind of exposed too, so she can still kind of breathe. It's weird. It's dumb. Why'd you do this?
That's kind of why, at least with the Working Joes in Alien Isolation, they just hold you down and just hit you.
Yeah, they just punch you, and it makes sense. They're fucking robots. They can fuck you up. They also don't have faces, which is always fucking freaky to me.
I mean, that's one of the problems I have with Isolation. It introduces way too many threats. The humans, the Working Joes, and the Xenomorph itself. Which is why I feel like I kind of do the scumbag thing, and when I'm like I meet humans, I'm just like, fuck this, and I just throw a noisemaker out so the alien just kills them, which you're not supposed to do, because then your situation just gets a lot worse because the alien has showed up. You're fighting the humans at that point to relieve you of the tension of running from the xenomorph. So to like do the exact opposite and be like, all right, time to bring in the xenomorph. It's like I don't know. One could view that as you're kind of fighting.
You're just a damaged human being.
Well, no, I kind of agree with him.
It's like you're fighting the game design in a way, but
it's like, well, no, but it's like, oh, let's play this Friday the 13th game, and like, here's fucking like people.
What is that? What was that sentence?
Well, okay, but again, it comes down to you can't say that one is objectively better or worse than the other. It's about the execution. Like the idea of I'm playing an alien game and there's more than one enemy type, and one of those enemy types is humans, is fine on its own. It's about how well it's done, and apparently in that game it's done like shit.
Yeah. But like I would just say that why don't you just use like different kinds of aliens or like face huggers or something shit like that. Like keep it in the alien aspect.
Do. Like they eventually do bring up like face huggers and stuff. Which
that's what I'm saying is like use like the full spectrum of aliens, because like we were looking at that new Left 4 Dead style aliens game coming out, and like it's like, oh, it's got a different variety of aliens, and it's like, oh, what are they? And it's like, oh, they're just all black aliens. One's green and can shoot, and one's walks on two legs and takes more damage. It's like, okay, and like I said, going back to the RTS thing, it's like, I've seen what you guys can do. So, like, you know what I mean? I've seen what you could do with these aliens. I feel like you're kind of lacking here.
Fireteam's that weird aspect, because Fireteam has not been shown off that much, other than its reveal. Well,
there's 25 minutes. There's 25 minutes of gameplay of it.
Well, yeah, but that was months ago at the reveal.
Oh, was it?
Yes. There's been silence ever since. It's why I'm trying not to talk about it and getting myself hyped, because I was super hyped for Aliens Colonial Marines and then got super burned by that.
I was actually kind of hyped for it too. It's like, oh yeah, this game's gonna be great. It's gonna be 4-player co-op. It's gonna be so cool.
And then just false advertising to the point an actual lawsuit happened instead of a threat.
An actual lawsuit happened, like fucking hell.
Oh, and then
like,
Gearbox
you literally
won.
Picked the...
I've always hate that the fact that in terms of people versus Gearbox, Gearbox won. And then Randy Pitchford was all smug and being like, yeah, we were the victims here. And it's like, you fucking lied to everyone's faces and made a shitty game. And your false advertising is still on the main page of your fucking store, of like the Steam store.
Well, yeah, because at this point they can't take it down. Otherwise, they'd basically be admitting that they were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that.
So they're going to just leave it up forever. Like they're just saying, yes, that's the marketing for the game. And no, it wasn't false advertisement. That's what we, delivered, even though it's clearly not.
Right. Fireteam
disappointing.
Be good. That's just
it
all
looks
I
fine.
say.
It looks fine. Like I don't think we saw gameplay for Colonial Marines before it came out.
No,
or did we? We did.
No, that's what the reveal. The false advertising literally was like you being in the control room and you see aliens bursting from the ceiling and climbing over things. And in the final game, they don't do that.
Was UI in those reveals? UI is like the biggest determination of that. Is there like a fucking? Is there a HUD with shit on there? Because if there's not, then.
Hold on, you say that when like Ubisoft has proven that is not the case.
That's true. Fuck yeah, you're totally
right.
The
Division, Watch Dogs, they've all had UI in their demos, and like, it's like, oh nope, this is still complete shit. Well, actually, the Division,
Well, Division doesn't look too different.
I like Division 1. The problem is
it
had such a rocky start.
Yeah, and it didn't look too different from what it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Watch Dogs was a blatant.
Meanwhile, Watch Dogs was all bullshots.
Apparently, on the PC, you can play in that little demo world, and it's only like 25 feet. It's only like a city block.
Yeah, but like, oh, everybody's gonna be interacting with people, and you fuck up the city, blah blah blah. I was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Sit on your throne of lies. Speaking of not lying, though, where are we?
Okay. They're getting rid of So they fought Ash. They're just saying fuck it, and they're getting all the coolant.
Getting the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, what was the I guess it was condensation from the coolant, but what was that water that was like on Brett's face?
Oh, that's just one of those like, oh, people don't understand how spaceships work, and just water.
Just water?
Yep.
You could drink the water too? Like, that part was like weirding me out. I was like, wait, why is he drinking it?
There's just a bunch of condensation. Yeah, it's one of those things of like 70s sci-fi set doesn't understand how space actually works because it's like how everybody's smoking and all that stuff. It's like,
yeah, everybody's literally smoking. Yeah.
Because if there's one thing you don't want in a highly electronic environment, it's water, and in an oxygen limited environment is smoking.
It's just nerd shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things.
Nerd shit.
Why are we even talking about this when we could be watching Alien 3?
Oh my god.
Alien 3 is coming
like I have this
Alien 3
Alien
is
3 is coming out.
I have this weird thing. It's like I kind of want to watch it, and I kind of don't want to watch it. It's weird. Like it's like yeah, and then I'm like,
all I can say without spoilers is that it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, especially like I said, I know a little bit about Covenant's bullshit, but I always before I wanted to get into it, I always wanted to know the full fucking story. But now I kind of do, so it's kind of interesting.
To quote the cook from Alien,
not
from Alien. To quote the cook from Bully, get used to it, my friend. It's all downhill from here.
Oh no, such an apt game to franchises bring it from. So yeah, we talked about their deaths and stuff like that, and I guess we could finally get to my issue with the movie.
Yeah. Well, I'll just go ahead into when she activates the self-destruct.
So she activates the self-destruct. I kind of like that sequencing of it. Like it had to be like this crazy way she has to pull these giant things out and like activate them and like that.
So,
I like the idea that like it's a mixture of it's hard to do plus you're intentionally fucking shit up to like activate a self-destruct because self-destructs being a single fucking button a lot of times always bugs the fuck out of me.
Well, yeah, because I was
Magic
actually
fucking
going to point
accidentally
out, I was going to
dropping
bring up
a fucking
how
quarter.
Elite Dangerous even has that problem too. Like even if the self-destruct button is under a timer, like to just make sure you're not hitting it by accident, it is still weird how it's just pretty much under your options.
Yeah, it's just like right here.
Yeah,
it's also funny in Near Automata, you can actually fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, you can kill yourself by ripping out your chip.
Yeah, it's like yeah, and just fucking dies. It's really fucking funny.
It is. What makes me laugh about the Elite Dangerous one is it's literally on the same menu as like your lights.
And it's like, oh, lights, night vision, self-destruct. What?
It's at the bottom of the menu, and I just think about how, like, I know it's a controller aspect, but it's like, imagine in their universe, it is a touch screen, so you're just like, I could just jitter at one point or encounter some turbulence and then touch that. That is not
I've accidentally hit wrong keys playing Plants vs. Zombies. I've planted the wrong plant because I got fat fingers. I would not last long in Elite Dangerous.
Do I want to see things or do I want to fucking die?
Die.
I mean, I think that says a lot about the designer that those two things are right next to each other.
No, it's at the bottom of the menu, but it is still on the same screen. It's. I wish I could bring up.
They're pretty fucking close though. That's the problem.
Enough that if it's close and like they're.
It's like imagine silencing your phone, and next to silencing your phone is like fucking 2 icons over is like self-destruct.
Yeah, it's like on the. They're on opposite ends of the menu, like external lights, and then the self-destruct. They're on opposite ends, but one harsh jostle of turbulence or like getting fired upon, you could possibly just hit that. And thankfully it like you have to wait like 3 to 5 seconds for the "Are you sure?" to confirm it.
Are you like John Cena appears out of the menu? Are you sure about that?
And when you were bringing up how it actually fucks with the ship, it does the same thing that it does with Alien. It turns off the coolant.
Yeah, it turns off the coolant. And it's like an actual aspect of the ship. It's not just, haha, we place bombs in your ship just in case you say fuck it. No, it's like actually like the ship malfunctioning and like actually fucking just being destroyed.
The disarming system I do not like for the Nostromo. The idea that it's the entire process, but in reverse when you've only especially for in Ripley's situation where it's like because she does it at, in the last 30 seconds and she's just 1 second away from it, from reversing the entire process.
So I feel kind of dumb, but why does she try to reverse it? Was it because the alien was in the way?
I thought it was to get Jones. I might just be...
No, she had Jones in her hands, and the alien was on the hallway to the shuttle. So she says, "Fuck Jones," puts him down, and then runs back to the fucking self-destruct thing, and tries to turn it off. I felt that was a little weird.
I thought it was weird too. I kind of thought it was mainly because it's just all right, I guess I'm fucked, and then I'll just restart the process.
Yeah, I don't know. It's another thing. It's the aliens are weird. The xenomorphs are actually kind of teasing me. When they said I feel like it's plot armor though, because they're trying to fucking.
It's the xenomorphs and then Weyland-Yutani are kind of inherently tismy in the sense that they want to. It's the umbrella situation. You guys want to use this thing that you know you can't control, and then you want to try to control it.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I can understand that because, as fucking stupid as it is, I can understand where they're trying to come from. They're trying to create an ultimate weapon, and that's how all fucking horror shit and dumb shit happens. It's oh, we fucked up, but it's I get why they want to, but I don't know. Well, we're not talking about Weyland-Yutani, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, Weyland-Yutani is inherently tied in with Alien and Aliens. It's the talk of the company. Oh shit, we just lost Ninja.
I'm sure he'll be back in a second.
It's the blank dot, so it's probably Tizumri, so I'll just shrink the window for a second.
So this was something I brought up too. It's Mother finally speaking. I feel like it's kind of a weird thing.
I mean,
I feel like it'd have been better if she spoke through the entire movie.
Her talking through the self-destruct is kind of fine because it makes sense that, of all things, there should be an announcer for the self-destruct system. Because,
yeah, but an announcer for literally nothing else?
I mean, I'd rather prefer that over than something like Star Trek. The fucking Enterprise self-destruct doesn't have any announcers. So it's just imagine you're not paying attention and the self-destruct was headed...
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Star Trek. I'm talking about fucking Alien. I'm talking about
I know. I was talking about
AI
polar opposites. That's the
I know, but I'm saying AI only speaks during the self-destruct sequence. Doesn't speak at any other point in the entire fucking movie, despite directly communicating with her via the fucking architect's room or whatever the fuck that was.
I think it was even dubbed by Ridley Scott as the womb.
Oh, really? That's weird, Scott.
Alien
that's weird.
Alien has a lot of things going on. It's a rape allegory. It's got a lot of sexual stuff behind it. There's literally the porn room.
Allegory for Jing. Yeah, what was that? Was she in somebody's bunk?
No, that was just the porn room. Because
they just have porn,
and then we have Parker openly saying that he wants to eat out Lambert. It's just really,
well, I mean,
the future where sexuality is just kind of explosive.
Well, I mean, the sexuality thing, I can understand sexual frustration of being in there for fucking goddamn how long.
I mean,
I could understand that shit. Plus, working together and that's a known fucking psychological thing. But that's not too bad. The fact that the thing to talk to Mother is inside the womb is, like I said, I can buy the quote unquote sexual harassment. I don't buy the womb thing. That's weird. Ninja, you okay?
My is being a little tismy.
Okay. I love you. So yeah, Ninja, we were talking about Mother finally speaking. Hello?
I assume he's still
Hasn't
dealing
moved
with
out,
it on
yeah.
his end.
So,
See,
how do
I
you feel
don't
about
remember
Mother?
much about the whole mother speaking thing. Like, the complaint is that it's weird that she only
She
talks to
just
the
now
self-destruct
talks.
stuff.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
What are the
She's a prevalent
circumstances before this where it would have been prevalent for her to talk, or would have added a lot for her to talk?
during whenever they're in the womb. Because honestly, that's another thing too. I guess this is another thing. I guess like sci-fi gonna sci-fi, and like they just don't understand how computers work. Whenever they type out like full fucking sentences after only hitting like 3 keys. That shit kind of bothers me. And like I said, I would have
There are
preferred it.
systems that can work like that, where you just
There, yeah,
input
I
a
understand there
command
are,
and it
but
will
like,
bring up a sentence. But like, it could just be however they filmed the computer
Mhm.
scenes, where they just told the actor to type just random bullshit on the
just hit
keyboard
the
so that they could
buttons
put
and then
whatever they
the
wanted on screen.
yeah. He types in DICKBUTT. But the like I said, there it could have been interesting to actually like talk to the AI. You know what I mean? Like to actually speak and like put in some commands and stuff like that, and actually have the AI speak back during that. Like I said, it wouldn't make the voice come out of nowhere. That's my whole thing, and because it specifically said that that's Mother's voice, because Ripley literally calls Mother a bitch at that point. So it's like she's screaming at Mother at that point. She's screaming at the AI of the ship. Everybody's leaving me.
The abandonment issues, they only grow.
It kicks in now. It's all my fault.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry,
yeah.
Maxxi. He's only gone out for smokes.
That's what they all say.
That's what they. That's what my dad told me. I haven't seen him in like 5 years.
So yeah, I just like I said, add it to like where they're in. God, it feels so weird now. I'm just gonna keep calling it the architect room. I don't feel comfortable calling it the room. That fucking makes me feel uncomfortable.
It's weird because I find Mother as a concept kind of tips me in the
How
sense
so?
that. Okay, so to order to get in there, you need to put in the key code and then pull out a board.
Put in the chip.
That's a whole circuit board.
It's a whole circuit board. Put it in the thing, and that unlocks the door. Yeah, that's a little weird.
It's like is that actually part of Mother's core, or is that like how does that whole is that just to unlock the door? Because we hear like computer bits, so it's like that's got to be part of Mother's actual brain. So it almost makes me think that Mother isn't actually on. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, the autopilots are literally just helmets.
Yeah. Okay. That's what that was. I was like, because for a second, I thought the helmets were kind of like. So do you remember in AVP when the predators are about to land or whatever, and like the helmets are getting the data downloaded into like the helmets before they like launch or whatever? I thought that's what that was.
No, that's the autopilot. Chalk it up to like the modern term of it's 70s sci-fi. It's what the 70s thought the future was going to look like. They thought autopilot was literally going to be a helmet.
Thought autopilots were literally going to be helmets. Okay, I guess.
It's literally going to be like a futuristic version of what happened in Airplane. The autopilot's just the blow-up doll.
I do like the sound design, though, of like that whole like opening sequence.
Alien's sound design is amazing.
Yeah, and like particularly like all that old school fucking analog fucking noises, like
oh yeah,
everything's big.
Have in world with all like the chunky button controls, the CRT screens, it adds so much.
It felt like everything was a fucking fax machine. It was pretty cool. Like I said, it was really analog.
It kind of raises this issue that like you see in Prometheus and in like the Star Wars prequels. Like both examples of a like thing that has like it's the OT and Alien and Aliens, they are 70s sci-fi, so it's a lot of big monitors and buttons and all that stuff. And then you've got your prequels, which have like holograms and like everything's all clean and shit. It's really weird. You definitely could see it more with the prequels, because with everything being so everything being CGI, of course it's all fucking clean.
Right. I'll be right back.
Because if there's one thing you could say about the OT, it was very lived in. Shit was broken. It was dirty. Then you go to the prequels. Then again, the environments of the prequels were very clean for a reason. Like, you wouldn't expect the Jedi Temple to be this, like, falling apart, dirty place. By myself. As I...
Oh no, everybody's going. Everybody needs smokes.
Slayer, do you normally have that issue with prequel stuff? You're like, it's not consistent with just sort of the look of the universe?
Not really. I mean, they're different parts of the same universe. They shouldn't look the same.
Right.
I mean, very much explicitly a part of Luke's whole thing is that he comes from shithole nowhere.
Right.
He's from a fringe system, so even within the context of that world, even though they have, spaceships and laser guns and all that shit, they're like decade or two behind everybody else in terms of tech. Because they have no cutting edge shit, no modern shit. It's all reuse and recycled bullshit they could buy from Jawas, who salvage different crash sites. So they worked with what they had.
That's true, and that's why I was saying it's a digital versus practical kind of thing. Because while Cloud City was sort of cleanish, you could tell like that it was still lived in. Meanwhile, since
it still
the Jedi Temple
lived in while also being pristine and
right,
clean. And even then, when you had like where 3PO got taken into like a dismantlement room or whatever,
yeah, the
even that
room
was also cleaner than where the Jawas were taking androids apart.
Mm-hmm. But then, like, as I said, since the Jedi Temple wasn't physically there for anyone to look at, yeah, it's way too fucking clean. And so it doesn't give that sense.
Digital effects thing where they don't age as well as practical.
Yeah, it's just that. It's that constant back and forth of like, man, George, you really should not have relied that hard on this, because there's a reason why a lot of people love the effects of the OT. It's because
they only really needed 2 sets to really carry it. The Jedi Council chamber, which I think, at least to a certain degree, was practical in that they physically had chairs for the live-action actors to sit on.
But the windows were just green.
Yeah, and then you have the entrance corridor, which you need to see several times because it's in a few dialogue scenes. It's where Anakin and Padme talk to each other. It's where Anakin marches in with the stormtroopers. They use that one part of the building a few times, so having it be practical could have sold it harder.
Yeah, and it's also like, so the pod race is a good example. The stadium is all practical, and it's one of my favorite things to look at. Like, the audience is like bits of like Q-tips that have all been painted. When George did use practical effects, it did look pretty fucking good. It's just,
I mean, you get the surface level aspect of it where when J.J. Abrams was doing the newer movies, he had very practical shit for the alien people in the knockoff cantina, and everybody praised him for it because, oh my god, these aliens look so good. But that's just the surface level.
Yeah,
the thing that really sold it as a world was literally just the chairs they sat in, the buttons they pressed, the clothes they put on, that kind of thing.
What?
The boring nerd shit.
It's the boring nerd shit where you honestly, like, Slur was just bringing up the J.J. Abrams thing on how he was constantly pushing for, like, hey, guys, go see The Force Awakens. It's got a lot of practical effects, not like those prequels, which are all CGI. And that argument is kind of being made for The Mandalorian. It's like, oh, all the effects are practical. And it's like, but the story is shit.
Yeah, and even then, a lot of the effects are practical, that's true, but it's still not quite as surface level as the prequels, but it's still very surface level.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all the shit that really matters is put in post. It's like when he goes to a place, when he goes to the Squid Town, pretty much everything other than him is put in post, and then you have some guys with like Star Trek tier masks on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I actually wanted to bring this up. What is it with science fiction, the notable example being Mando for right now? What is it with sci-fi food and it's still being alive when you eat it?
Yeah, it's weird.
Like remember,
I think it's just because it's the most alien thing we can think of as people. Because cringe at things that technically are dead, but will still move. Because you have that thing with I think it's octopus tentacles, where if you put soy sauce on them, the salt will cause them to contract. And to anybody in the West, that it's just unthinkable that we would eat that.
Right.
Unless you're old boy.
Well, then you have the flat out the thing that jumps out of the bowl and attacks Baby Yoda. That's the problem. It's like, oh, my food is not actually dead.
Yeah, it's actually about to kill my child. Look at that.
And then he just stabs it. It's like, don't play with your food. And then he gives a little
Don't play with your food. Don't food your play. What?
It's the that's why I was just like, man, I thought the whole point of eating something and it being like actually like not food. I was about to make a dumb argument by saying it's food when it's dead. No, I thought the whole point of like having like a good like hot meal is the fact that, well, one, it's good, it's hot, and also it's dead.
Yeah, well, and like the whole thing.
I mean, the whole reason that we as a species cook food is to break down its proteins, make it easier to digest.
Mm-hmm.
If you have another species, it might not quite be that way. And depending on the setting, if you have a setting that's like really remote, they don't really have a lot of ways to preserve food. The thing that's still alive is probably the only thing available that's like fresh. Mm-hmm. And fresh food is something people will tend to pay more for rather than highly nutritious and easily digested.
Right.
Like, if you have context there, you can explain it away. Is a lot of people don't bother. They'll just have the living food because it looks really weird and alien.
Mm-hmm. I feel that's that argument like when that Mando lady was slurping down the tentacle and it's like crawling all over her face. I feel like my reflex would just be to bite really hard and just be like, all right, I'm just gonna make sure there's no fucking nerve endings that are still moving. Crunch.
Yeah, I was gonna slurp this fucking living creature and put it in my stomach and it'll be okay.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, make sure it's dead, because if you're eating it while it's still alive, that could fuck with a lot of your digestion.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking horrible.
There are plenty of species that will swallow their prey whole.
Yeah,
most of them are fish, true, but they're right there.
Aren't they? Well, so here's the thing: a hippo can eat something whole, but I'm pretty sure they still kill it before they do that.
Hippos are different. It's like they're vicious, but it's more of like a competition thing. It's not about their prey. Where if you look at like gulper fish or some other thing that will just take a whole intact, still alive other animal into their mouth and start trying to swallow it, that's a different kind of feeding. It's more about this creature has evolved to get other animals into its stomach as fast as possible without worrying about trying to kill it first.
Right.
As opposed to something like a snake, which will
actually kill it.
It'll crush its prey before it swallows it.
Or poison it.
That's why I was about to say, and this is why I don't like to talk about the ocean, because fish are just monsters. They've got no morals.
Oh yeah, Lovecraft knew. Ocean's fucking scary.
Ocean's scary. We need to nuke it. I say we nuke the whole thing from orbit.
This is why I refuse to fucking play Subnautica. I play a little
Subnautica's,
bit of it.
Subnautica's fucking horrible, dude. Oh my god.
I run into a Reaper, and I'm just like, you don't exist in your ecosystem. You clearly just exist to kill me.
Yeah, it's weird.
I think that's why
it takes context in that game as to why things are exactly as fucked up as they were, because you can't actually tell immediately which creatures are fucked up by the radiation of the crashed ship, and which ones are just
That's what they are.
Alien sea monsters.
Mm.
Yep, but what did you mean? The Reapers do eat other fucking creatures.
I've never I played early.
You can actually
they didn't fucking do that.
You can actually fucking throw a fish at them, and they'll probably go for that first, and then they'll give you like a second to get the fuck away.
It's horrifying.
It's really horrifying, but
Thalassophobia, the game.
It's pretty horrible, and it gets worse.
It
gets worse as you get deeper, so it's like it doesn't get better. Just it's literally all downhill from here.
I do not. So for some reason, Soma did not trigger my thalassophobia, but Subnautica with the surface level creatures fucking immediately makes me go like, I'm not playing this fucking game.
I'm actually getting chills thinking about it. I don't fucking like Subnautica. Why did I do that game?
I showed River clips from Subnautica of like other Let's Players running into like the Reaper. She's just watching me actively like seize from like how scared of that fucking creature I am.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, you have to play it in VR.
Oh my god!
No,
fuck that.
That's the game I would sit there and watch you play.
Yeah,
psychological torture.
So now we all
it's so funny. I want to get a VR system. I want to get a VR system just so I can play Five Nights at Freddy's, just so I can like kill myself.
Hold on, confirm.
I'm like not gonna survive playing that game.
Hold on, we can confirm that at least 2 of the members of YARP like to torture each other in terms of like in one way or another. It's like I like to subject you guys to things that would make you angry because I think anger is the best way to bring creativity out because it's just a personal experience. Then there's
healthy as hell, people.
Well, it's super healthy.
Which is and then Slur's just like, I want to actually basically hold you underwater in a VR set and just watch you like just seize and fall on the floor.
It'd be great.
I am like I said, more terrified of a fictional water planet than I am of the concept of space. Space, which literally, if I were to just step outside of an airlock, I am dead within like 20 seconds. I am both burning alive and freezing. My lungs
in space,
collapse.
It's just that you can't survive there. In the ocean, it's that things will fucking kill you there.
Yeah, things get off on it. Like, yeah, this is what I do. I like this. What do you mean? I'm gonna eat you now. Speaking of eat you now, why doesn't the alien attack her?
Why doesn't? Oh yeah. So, hold on. We were talking about the self-destruct system, only in the sense
talking about the self-destruct sequence, and I really wish Mother talked before that.
Well, I was gonna bring up the actual process. Hold on. So she is this. Yeah. So
process is also weird, but yeah.
I don't know. Like, I understand it should just not be a button because that's way too simple.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not saying it's weird. It's weird. What I meant actually is like it's weird, like how I don't know. Ripley seemed a little weird towards the end of the movie. Like
maybe actually, you know what it is? I think it's because the cutoff system is just the entire process in reverse. When if there's one thing that should be easy to do, it should be actually to turn the damn thing off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it shouldn't be easy to turn on the self-destruct, but it should actually be easy to turn it off.
That's more just a rule with designing any kind of heavy-duty equipment, is that you always need a nice big red button that immediately cuts power to the machine.
Yeah.
Safety precaution.
Yeah, I work on a crane. There's like 3 different ways to shut the crane completely off.
Yeah, I worked at I worked as the. I don't want to say it's a forklift, but it was a forklift, but
it was a power loader.
Yeah, I just imagine working at Amazon and it's like, I wouldn't be able to.
From her, you.
I'd have to stop myself every 20 seconds. Get away from her, you package, and it's just a guy holding an Amazon box.
You just slightly fucking move the package over.
Yeah,
come on!
They can't risk a self-destruct sequence. They wouldn't keep a warehouse for a week.
Oh yeah, the employees would just be like, "Fuck this!" Boop. America towards Amazon deals with all their bullshit. Other countries with Amazon cuts power to whole warehouses because they're disobeying their labor laws. You guys hear about that? In France, like, they straight up, like, blew up a fucking power plant to shut down the Amazon warehouse.
What?
I don't know if it was just...
Dude, this isn't just an Amazon thing. It's a... Amazon do it the most, so it's like the biggest example, but you have like a lot of like those multinational American-based companies coming into European countries and thinking they can just do whatever the fuck they want, and the people are like, no. And then the American company is just like, we don't get it. How could this have happened? We do this exact same thing in America, and they don't want it like little bitches when we take away their basic human rights.
Yeah, like, it's like when we were watching The Guard, and I was just like, I just kept thinking of like how the difference between how American cops and the FBI run things, and then you were just like, no, that's not gonna fucking work here, because especially with the history that Ireland has had.
So they blew up a power plant?
Service in Ireland, you need to have it with its finger close on the pulse and staffed by people who are actually local to the community they're policing.
Yeah,
because... stop sandbagging this. They blew up a fucking power plant? Like, what?
Well, they did something to cut off the power. I don't remember if it was they blew up the whole plant or if they just basically cut the power lines to that building.
Yeah, I think they just cut power lines. They cut off the power to the warehouse.
Yeah, they basically
so fucking crazy.
What do you mean? They fucking disobeyed their
it's
laws.
Literally not, though. It's like, you look at the amount of property damage done, that's standard for, like, an organized protest. The only difference is that it happened to an Amazon warehouse.
And I would honestly say the difference between, like, how we protest is the warehouse itself was not set on fire. The warehouse is still there. They just, like,
yeah, but, like, I just feel, it just feels weird, because it's like, oh no, I saw a spider, and better fucking burn down the house.
But it's not.
It's like, no.
No.
There's a difference between seeing.
We've
like,
been
seeing
working here for ages. We've filed many complaints about.
Well, filed many complaints, but I'm saying, but like,
and they decided that they're too powerful to listen, and we said, no, the fuck you are not. So they cut off the power to the warehouse.
Okay, they cut off. So the way y'all phrased that before made it seem like they fucking actually destroyed a power plant, and I'm like, that's good for the people who worked at Amazon, but what about the bloke down the road? Like, he was like in the middle of like streaming.
An actual power plant in France would be a nightmare, because
that's
France
why.
That's why I was like
nuclear.
That's why I was like, this is a bit fucking extreme.
That's why that's why I took it back and went, oh wait, or they just cut the power to the warehouse.
Yeah, cutting the power makes it seem a little bit more sane. But it's like, oof, boy.
Or not a plant, or like the transformer, crazy. The big thing that just kind of...
Okay, this has gone significantly lower the more we've gone into this story. They blew up a power plant. They shut off a switch. They actually just fucking fucked with the transformer outside the building. Oh, okay.
Well, hold on, that still fucks with the power of the area.
It still fucks with the power of the area, but when you say a power plant, that means like a whole fucking community is done. Like, what? That's insane. Like I said, that's borderline terrorism.
Let me find the news story.
What the fuck is that?
Well,
I actually think that literally does qualify definition as domestic terrorism, which France would not be tolerant of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? Like, I get you guys don't like working in Amazon, but holy shit. Maybe take it down a notch.
Amazon warehouse.
Oh man, this fucking scene is kind of hard to watch in the dark, not gonna lie.
God damn, it's kind of giving me a headache, and I don't even have epilepsy. Actually, it's.
And that's what I'm saying. I lowered my laptop to fucking stop it from flashing in the fucking eyes.
It's probably because we've been.
I could just fucking leave the stream. I could just fucking do this. I could just.
Yeah, you don't need to technically look at it. This is a format thing. So on OBS we can maintain our squares and be on the side of the player.
Yeah, so the alien doesn't fuck with her. Or it's in the hallway to the thing. And she says, fuck Jonesy, and like leaves him behind to go turn off the self-destruct system. She's turning it off so she can get more time to get around the alien? I was really confused like what she was doing.
I don't know. That's the thing.
Ninja Slayer, can one of you maybe elaborate?
You would need Ninja. I haven't seen the movie in a very long time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Because to the best of my recollection, right now she's trying to outmaneuver the alien.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to give herself more time, but the whole point is to like kill the alien via the self-destructs. It's like, what are you doing, you crazy bitch? Ninja, you're back. Okay, I got a question. Why did she want to turn off the self-destruct sequence?
It was to try to buy her more time, but I can't remember why. But I did like the fact that during the countdown, the ship keeps saying, like, you only basically have until X number of time to turn it off. And when she actually makes it back to the thing to try to shut it off, she's past that time. Mm-hmm. So it's like request denied.
She hits like the last switch, like 2 seconds after the timer's gone. Yeah.
And it's like, I like that they at least stuck with that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But I don't remember the specific reason she's trying to shut it off, because at that point, Lambert and Parker are already both dead, right?
Yeah.
That's why my guess. Was to like pretty much. I thought she was basically trying to turn it off so she can turn it back on and give herself another 10 minutes to sort of like just get around the damn thing with Jonesy. Because I would assume she did not think she was going to get there within 5 minutes to fucking get around this dangerous
creature. It could
have
used some more fleshing out to be more clear as to why she's doing it.
So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird that the ending of the movie's seem a little...
The ending climax seems a bit rushed. It just suddenly they're just like, fuck this shit, let's all get out. And then as soon as Parker and Lambert die, she's double fuck this. And then just starts rushing around and doing things that I don't want to say.
But that's what makes her trying to turn off the self-destruct that much weirder. Because you think it's like, okay, with Parker and Lambert both gone, like she should be doubly committed to getting the fuck out of there.
Exactly.
Well, when Parker and Lambert are dead, that's when she turns it on.
She turns it on after that.
It's just
like I said, it's weird.
Well, but then why does she go back? Because she leaves, like she turns it on, she leaves, goes.
She turns it. There's literally the hallway to the shuttle. That's what I got. Because when she gets there, the alien's right there in the hallway. She says "fuck this cat" and leaves the cat to die, and then runs back to the self-destruct thing to try to stop it, and then goes back to that same hallway and the alien's not there, and she grabs Jonesy, who's magically still alive, and then
because he's in like the APC of fucking cat carriers,
I guess.
You see that goddamn thing?
Yeah, and it was kind of nice that she was slinging and fucking around, and that cat's like not dead.
I actually
that was something weird. Like that was
Jonesy is objectively the best character. He's like a 60-year-old fucking cat. It's great.
Yeah,
Jonesy is ironically like the best cat I've ever seen in a fictional universe, because cats are assholes. That's why I'm a dog person. I'm like, fuck these creatures. Think they're better than the people that own them.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry you can't vibe with superior animals.
They are not superior to fucking dogs. I'll fucking punch you in the jeans.
I think it's just because
intellectually they absolutely are. Like
intellectually, loyalty no.
Loyalty, no. Cats are not your, like, you don't own a cat. A cat owns you.
Yeah, I know. I don't like
that. I like my slave that I can pet. Okay.
A dog.
No, that's not really my energy. I like a cat is your friend. You don't really own it. It kind of like it vibes with you, whereas a dog
it's a companion.
It's subservient, and you'll just do whatever the fuck you want to the dog, and it's just happy to go along with it. Whereas a cat will fucking cut a bitch if you don't respect its space. I respect that more.
It's really weird because, like, a dog is happy to see you, but that's only because its species is so fucking broken. That's why we call them, like man's best friend. Pugs!
We didn't really domesticate cats at all. They just kind of moved in.
We've ruined, like, pugs are the perfect example of, like, species we've ruined.
Oh, yeah.
Everything about breeds of dog is fucky. It's like the categorization, it doesn't exist in nature. It's just literally different groups of British nobles bred dogs to have different traits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you have a thoroughbred of an animal, it is inbred as absolute fuck through generations.
And also, like, the pugs are, like, the perfect example because they are such like genetic abominations that they're fucking dying just by existing. Because, like, if I remember, their skulls aren't the right shape
anymore. Their chests
anymore.
aren't big enough to breathe. Their skulls aren't big enough to contain both their brain and their eyeballs. And everything about their anatomy is compressed and squished and rearranged. They are abominable.
It's why when everybody, like, just looks at pugs, I actually do just, like, I can't look at a pug. I'm just, like, I know too much about it. I'm just like, oh, it almost makes me just go, I should end your suffering. When they're not suffering in the same way of just going, like, kill me, kill me. They're just suffering the fact that I am content, and then they just die of a heart attack one day. It's why... So the
less depressing things.
I was actually thinking about this. As cool as it would be, I understand why domesticated wolves are not the best idea.
Oh yeah,
it's badass, but at the same time, I look at that and I'm like, probably not a good idea.
I mean, the original domesticated wolves weren't actually domesticated; they just followed the humans rather than hunting them, so that they could pick up the scraps for easy calories.
That's why.
And then we just kind of killed off all the wolves that were aggressive and only let the ones live who were more subservient and more weak-willed. You do that for a few thousand years, you're going to get some nice, happy-go-lucky domesticated doggos.
So, in terms of breeds I would want, I mainly because of the meme, I would love a sheep, but in all reality, I would love, like... Just to kind of, out of spite, I kind of want one of the breeds that everybody considers dangerous throughout the years. So, like a German Shepherd or a Rottweiler or a Doberman.
Oh, when I was younger, we had a sheepdog. And she was awesome. And they're, like, super energetic and stuff, so...
I would love an Australian cattle dog.
Also, the definitions of what counts as, like, the breed of sheepdog is loose enough that there's enough genetic variation in there that they're quite healthy and they're quite long-lived.
Sorry, it's just you sounded like you were dying over there, Ninja. I was like, you dying? Oh god, because his internet, he is dying.
The internet, like, what's going on, Ninja? You good? No. When it's not the rule, it's the exception.
So, to bring it all the way back, you really do not like this ending, do you, Max?
Well, I just find it weird because, like, I guess you guys kind of like justify it where it's like it's not being attacked, so it's not aggressive. I don't like that justification, but like I can see it like done because once again the like I said, it feels like
on this, so it's not considered nudity. I'm just looking at the stream. I'm just like, wait a minute.
Wait, hold up. Yeah, careful
YouTube,
with that.
Yeah, I know you like nudity in your YouTube kids, but we're not YouTube kids, so we better be careful.
Yeah.
Because that makes sense.
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Also, I love how you can see the xenomorph right there. It's just right fucking there, and it's absolutely horrifying.
Oh shit, the fucking seizure warning's off. I can actually watch the stream now.
It's just... It's one of those moments where it's like... not a jump scare. Well, actually, it by definition is a jump scare because it startles you. It's one of those things, I guess, where the personal, like, interpretation, like, the headcanon is kind of overriding it, because my thought was that it was just sleeping. It was, like, all the noises were going off, and it's just like, yeah, oh, this is quiet. Somewhere I can nuzzle into.
It's so weird. Why is it nuzzling when it, like, it's been murdering everything else?
Well, it's because it's...
Oh, it's burnt up a lot of energy doing all that murdering.
I guess. So I'm gonna stop murdering like right now for this last person.
One could argue the xenomorph is a very inconsistent creature.
That's weird. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. I'm not arguing that that's a good thing. I'm just pointing it out. because one could argue that if it's not actively attacking somebody, it's just sitting still. But then the problem in Aliens is that they are actively attacking. Like, they went after the remaining Marines mainly to propagate the species. Like, they were probably planning, because it's the deleted scene argument. Burke was not killed. Burke was dragged into the hive, and there's a scene where Ripley runs into him and gives him a grenade.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But it's a deleted scene, so it's like you technically can't count it.
Mm-hmm.
Just to double check, that's our general policy here amongst the four of us, right? If it's
deleted scene,
if it's not in the movie, it's not in the movie.
It was cut for a reason. It's because the director decided it didn't contribute to what he was trying to do.
Exactly. Remember, we watched the director's special edition version of this, so what we saw is
normal.
What? I'm talking about what we watched. No, I'm talking about what we just watched.
Oh, with Aliens? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Aliens.
We watched the definitive director's edition, didn't we?
Yes, we did. We watched the special edition. Since Alien was on screen, I thought you were directly talking about that.
Yeah, I got you. But no, like I'm talking about like if the deleted scene's out of it, then yeah, it's like even out of the director's cut, then yeah, that's probably a reason for that.
Yeah, if it's not in the movie, it's not in the movie. A lot of people, I've known some people that say like, no, deleted scenes totally count because they give context to shit, and I'm like, I would agree with you, but unfortunately, it's not in the movie.
Yeah, I don't buy that because you know what else is a deleted scene? Scenes where the actors flubbed their lines, or broke character, or laughed, or like did some other goofy shit because they're playing around on set.
That's a blooper.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's deleted. The difference between a blooper and a deleted scene is kind of arbitrary.
That's okay, like, yeah, because it's whether or not they tried to stay in character and.
I mean, the most famous example that always gets brought up: Viggo Mortensen breaking his toe when he kicked the helmet. Technically a blooper, but because it wasn't deleted, it doesn't get thrown into the same category. So yeah, a blooper is just a scene which is usually deleted, but where the actor did some kind of flub or messed something up in some way. But yeah, if the director decided that the scene should not be in the movie, it's because the director decided that it should not be included in the story. It's like you wouldn't go to an author and cite one of the chapters they deleted from their initial draft as like part of the canon.
Yeah, it's the idea of like it was sense. Yeah, it's that idea of like it was in the script, and it's like that's not an argument.
So yeah, like I said, I don't like the fact that the alien just doesn't do anything. And then, like I said, I could buy it like being docile and being tired or whatever, but literally in the scene, she fucking agitates the shit out of it.
Well, I mean,
yeah, and it's like, oh.
Now he's just like, yeah. It's what's weird like is like you can tell that's the guy in the suit trying to get out of there. He's like, yeah.
No, it must have been so goddamn sweaty in that suit.
Yeah, it's like latex, and he's already like a 7-foot like skinny man. He's just like, get me out of this fucking thing.
And we've already seen all the dumb shit he's had to do. We saw the crab walking scene.
Actually, Ridley Scott's really weird when it comes to subjecting people because he almost killed a child making Alien. You know the scene with the space jockey? Those are kids inside those suits for scale, and those suits were not properly
What?
They were not properly ventilated. So
in Alien?
In Alien, yes. This scene right fucking here. Hold on.
What?
Those are kids. Those are kids, and those suits were not properly ventilated, and it was either a kid or a fucking member of the cast almost died from like CO2 poisoning.
Jesus Christ!
And also heat exhaustion.
How the fuck did that happen? Fucking
labor laws in the U.S. are weird, especially for back then.
I'm saying punch a fucking hole in the goddamn suit. God damn it, use a wide shot. Like, just fucking make the fucking glass, like, up. Do something else than what the fuck you did.
Maxie, you're breaking Ridley Scott's immersion.
No, that's weird.
That's just
it's so like it got really weird when it's like, oh yeah, he almost killed some kids. Wait, what? Oh, it's because like the suits weren't fucking like breathable at all. It's like, wait, what? What?
That's why I quickly pointed out it was either one of the cast members or a kid, Let me quickly.
Either still, that's fucked up, dude. Make your shit breathable. Like, there's no, we could sacrifice a little bit because you still have the goofy fucking alien scene. We can have fucking a suit that's kind of open or whatever. It's fine. It's weird. I don't like it.
Ridley Scott's really mad at you now.
I don't fucking care. He could be mad. Be big mad. Everybody on the internet's mad at me.
Does he even still do things?
No.
I mean, he made Alien Covenant.
He made Covenant, and then
and that was like a couple years ago.
And he's like, I don't have to do anything else. Can't believe I made the whole thing.
This is another effect that has not aged well, in my opinion. Let me bring it up. It's when the alien gets shot with the spear gun, and it's just this shot in just a minute.
Yeah, where it bounces off.
Where it's like that's just a guy in the suit.
Yeah, that was goofy as shit.
It's so funny.
That and
but the thing is, it's like, why would you like let the harpoon gun do this? Like, I don't understand. Why would you shoot it with like a grappling hook? Why wouldn't you shoot it and then let the gun go? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot more we could have done as opposed to just let it fucking latch onto the fucking hull and potentially burn a hole in the fucking ship. Because remember, if she shot it with a harpoon gun, that means it's bleeding. And what's the one fucking thing we know about bleeding? If it bleeds, we can kill it. No, the blood is acid.
I think this is one. I think this is at this point Ridley Scott forgot about the acid.
Yeah. And like I said, I do like the way she kills it because it's kind of cool to fucking kill something with an afterburner.
Alien is the weird example of like, I don't think the director knew what movie he was making. The egg morphing scene and then the crab walking scene is almost a perfect example of that.
Like a comedy almost.
It's like, what were you thinking? Like, I know he was trying to probably do some world building with the egg morphing scene. But it kills the pacing because you can hear the self-destruct in the background. She doesn't have time for that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ridley Scott, by the way, I just checked his IMDb. One of the things he's working on, executive producer, because pretty much all his credits from like the last decade nearly are producer credits, is an animated Blade Runner series. Apparently set like some time before Blade Runner 2049, so we're going back into Blade Runner. I mean, we dodged a bullet last time because that movie could have been bad in so many ways and it came out okay.
Blade Runner or 2049? Because
2049.
2049 is ass though. It's basic.
I'm not quite so harsh on it. I like a lot of the things it does.
Sorry,
it does have some like issues around character and shit, but yeah, I dig it mostly.
Let me rephrase that because saying it's outright ass is a little too harsh. As I quickly throw the cover up to switch it over to Aliens. Critical Drinker expressed it better than me. He pretty much said it's an iPhone equivalent of a sequel. It's just the same movie again with some slight different things.
Yeah, and most of its appeal is in like visual design because it's a gorgeous looking movie, but it's quite bare bones on story. And even what story we do get is kind of shallow when you add it all up.
And personally also says no to the most popular I don't want to say theory, the biggest discussion when it came to Blade Runner, which was, is Deckard a replicant? And it just answers that by just going, no, fuck you for even asking. And it's just like, what? It's almost, depending on which version you watch, it's almost very clear that he is a replicant.
Yeah, well, that was kind of a whole thing, and most of the argument was just based around which version of Blade Runner people saw, because there's like three main ones. Whereas in this movie, the fact that they were kind of forced into a corner where they had to basically pick an answer and just go with it, I don't really blame them for doing exactly that, just picking an answer and going with it. The whole fuck you for asking, I don't really get that vibe.
I think that does just boil down more to the fact there were so many versions of it. I personally, it's kind of the argument of the which version of Lord of the Rings is the go-to one, which most of us would say the extended cut. The go-to version of Blade Runner, I've always said, is the final cut, because it's like, I hate to do that. It's like, it says so in the title. It's got all the content. It's the director's cut. It's clearly what he wanted his vision to be. It's just the fact there's like how many versions of it. Like, there's not just 3. There's like 6 different versions of Blade Runner. If I remember correctly.
I meant those 3 main ones. When people are having that argument before 2049 came out, there were like 2 or 3 ones that people generally defaulted to as being definitive.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's more than that out there.
God, then there's weird things like how there's there's that cut of Waterworld from that was like on TV once, which was like the final director's cut, and it was only on TV for like one time. It's like, oh,
I didn't even know there were different versions of that movie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I rewatched that semi-recently with a friend, and we were both just getting drunk, and it was on the TV. That movie's fucking hilarious.
Waterworld is an example of like, oh yeah, it's very entertaining to look at, but that movie is ass.
It's complete fucking nonsense, but it is very entertaining.
I went to the Waterworld. I don't want to say ride. It was just a thing you looked at Universal Studios. You just watch everybody splash water onto you while we're on jet skis and explosions.
I do not remember that from Universal Studios.
Is it Universal? Hold on, let me look it up.
Water. When Pat went to Japan, he recorded some of it. Like the Japanese version of Waterworld seemed pretty fucking epic.
Oh, it's because it's a Universal Studios Hollywood, and I've been to both of I've been to both Orlando and Hollywood.
I have only been to Orlando.
Orlando had the fucking awesome Men in Black ride.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
It also
and there was also
had
the
Jaws.
Mummy one as well that had real pyrotechnics, which was fucking lit.
It also had Jaws. And I fucking there's one.
The Jaws was the first ride I went on when we got there.
When they got rid of Jaws, I was so fucking mad. I was like,
why?
Why was I mad they got rid of Jaws?
No, why did they get rid of it?
To just put in other things. I think it was to put in the Minions ride.
But it's like one of the biggest attractions. It's a fucking legacy ride. And then they've got the Bubba Shrimp restaurant, like, just off of it, which we didn't go into because it was too early. But I kind of wish we did in retrospect.
It's always packed. Every time I've gone there, it's always fucking packed up.
Oh, that's right. Hey, answer a question. Do fucking Florida residents really get a discount to fucking Disney World?
As far as I know, I don't think so.
Okay, that is
I remember when we went in the ticket booths and everything. I don't remember there being any check for residency. It was just a booth to buy your ticket, and then at the gates you check if you have your ticket or not.
It's just this weird propagated myth that if you can prove you're a resident of the state that the park is in, you get a discount. Or the idea of if you're an Anaheim resident, you can get into Disneyland for... No, I was about to say for free. No, not for free. For reduced cost.
What? Anything with Disney for free?
No, they don't believe in free. And if it is free, it's at somebody else's expense.
I had an ex who had a season pass thing. She paid like $10 a month for, and she could go whenever she wanted to Universal.
I do not believe that was $10.
It was. It might have been 20, but it was something like that. But yeah, she can. There was like a seasonal pass thing.
God,
she can just go whenever she wants. But of course, we live north, so it's like a fucking 3-hour drive away. So
going to Disney World or Disneyland, it's one of those like moral confrontations for me, because I'm like, I really want to go. I really want to go to Galaxy's Edge, but at the same time, I'd be supporting the company that practically like damaged Star Wars to the point of no return. Depending on who you talk to.
If you consume media in general, you already support them. I don't understand this whole moral stance you're trying to take just because they hurt Star Wars.
Well, the thing is, I kind of agree with him because, like, I don't want to go to like a Star Wars thing from Disney because I don't want to support.
Oh, I wouldn't go to the Star Wars ride. It's probably going to be shit, and I have no enthusiasm.
No, I've heard it's fucking sick.
In general, it's still awesome.
I've heard it's sick, but like, I don't know. It feels weird, fucking.
No, yeah. When I talk about Disneyland, I'm specifically talking about Galaxy's Edge because I've already been to Disneyland. I've already been there. I don't need to go again. I just want to go to Galaxy's Edge and be in Star Wars. But the problem is like, oh, this is Star Wars from the sequels aspect because you straight up like you run into Rey or Kylo Ren. It's just like, no, I don't got
a problem. I don't got a problem running into Rey.
Well, ironically, the actress playing the Rey that walks around the park is objectively hotter than fucking Daisy Ridley.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, what are we talking here? Are we talking here?
It's like how the lady, the cast member that runs around as Captain Marvel is also way hotter than Brie Larson.
Mm-hmm. How many times a day do you think the actress doing the Rey shit on site on Disneyland has to deal with fucking autists coming up to her and complaining about her character in the fucking movies?
Oh my god, it probably does.
She is not being paid enough.
Yeah,
it's can we talk about how Jonesy has more like continuity than fucking Hicks and Newt?
It's if I'm not allowed
this
to talk
scene
about
actually
Hicks
fucked
and
me.
Newt,
This scene fucked me up, by the way. I like legit for a second thought that this was like a real thing. I was like, holy fuck, really?
Start the movie by killing an iconic character? I couldn't imagine films doing that.
No.
Newt doesn't appear anywhere else, neither does Hicks. Whereas Jonesy has like across two.
No, they technically appear as like casualties on a monitor or a pad or something. Because they're like, oh, these characters are all dead. It's like,
I really can't wait. I can't wait to see like how bad it gets.
They also die in really violent ways too.
Yeah, it's like, they were horribly killed and maimed in their, they never survived stasis. It's like, oh god. Thanks, fucking movie.
New fucking drowns in her pod and Hicks is burned alive. It's fucking...
What?
Yeah, it's not just that they fucking died. It's like they died horrifically in between movies off screen.
That's horrific, actually.
There's an autopsy scene where Charles Dance essentially rips open the chest of a little girl.
Yep.
It's on the metal. Let's watch.
Thanks, guys.
This is why, like, I kind of will at least agree.
Shit.
It's shit no matter what. That's the problem. That's the
that's what I'm saying. Like they're both shit. Okay, nobody's disputing that. But one of them is fun shit. The other one's just regular shit. I'm gonna take the fun shit every time.
Yeah, I agree with that. The problem is in the argument of which is objectively better, the fun factor kind of doesn't matter.
But it does, because it is still objectively a better film.
Well, I don't know. Like,
I feel like you're just hating on it because you don't like Whedon. Like that's your issue. Is you don't like the humor.
Okay. So I love the shit out of Whedon. I love his work. I personally would say that his atmosphere doesn't work in fucking Alien, but that's not the point. It's like I said, we'll just have to rewatch it and then finally.
We will. We'll have to see what your actual gripes are when we're watching the actual movie because I'm curious.
Because I have more memory of 3 than of Resurrection, so this might actually end up just being a memory problem. And also,
I guess it's not impossible. How did you guys feel about this scene where it's like they're bringing up all these employees and stuff that died like 60 fucking years ago in the meeting? Is that a little weird? I mean, I know they're like talking about the meeting, like it's about the incident, but it's just, I thought it was odd because like, why are they talking about all the shit that happened 60 years ago? Why do they even give a fuck?
Well, it's specifically because they're taking her account and they're going in detail over the specifics of the decisions she made,
and
the
also
context.
But again, why does the company even give a shit about this ship that was destroyed 60 fucking years ago?
Because it has monetary value
in adjusted dollars. Yeah, it's literally just they need to do an inquest on the situation. So, like, look around the table. None of them are actually personally invested. They're just doing their job, and their job is to complete an inquest of this event that happened that cost a shit ton of money.
Right, but the only reason the inquest is even being done at all is because Ripley was recovered.
Yes.
Otherwise, nobody seemed to give a shit up until this point.
Oh yeah, on the books of Weyland-Yutani, this entire incident was written off as an expense several decades ago. It's literally just as a part of protocol, they have to run an inquest to fill out the story and get all the details on record.
Yeah,
and that's why none of them have any personal investment. And the head guy, she stops him on his way out of the room, and he's not put off. He's not like confrontational or anything. He just kind of goes like, "We actually have a colony there. It's like there's a reason we don't quite buy your story, and even in the way we're reprimanding you, even though we don't believe you, is super light-handed because of how little of a shit we give."
Yeah, we could have thrown you in prison like for all we care, but we chose not to.
Because they don't really feel like fighting a legal battle over this woman who, really, as far as they were already concerned, was probably dead anyways. So they'll just recover any cost they can, do the inquest to whatever professional standard will satisfy the job as being done, and just get on with their day and go back to whatever they were working on before this.
This is kind of one of those weird things of, like, it's a logistical nightmare in a universe where cryosleep exists. Where for them, this is like, hey, this happened yesterday, but for these boardroom guys, it's like, this is 50 years ago.
Yeah, they're literally just going over her story a few times, get it on record. They're going to ask the questions that professionalism dictates that they should ask in the inquest. Going to get the answers, write them all down, and go, yep, yeah, all right, aliens, yeah, fucking sure, I mean, okay. And then that's it. Inquest done. We're taking away your license, I guess, because, the ship you were on blew up. That's a thing. Other than that, you're free to go. Bye.
So, going back to something that Slur brought up earlier when they were talking about like the whole bug hunt thing, does it make it a little weird that they're so hesitant to believe her if there are other aliens in this universe, like even non-hostile ones? Or
by the way, they even confirmed there's no aliens. Over 200 colonized worlds, and we've never seen any species like that. Or what does he exactly say?
Well, he says species like this, or
like, there's a difference between aliens as they seem to understand it, them and the military. Because the administration and the military are two separate branches. We get that whole conversation later. But yeah, as far as they're concerned, aliens they're animals. They're insects and bugs and shit that happen to live on worlds they want to colonize. Whereas what she's describing is a boogeyman, a monster. And that's why they're kind of really raising their eyebrows. Like, we believe we saw an alien life form. Like, it has acid for blood. It's like the facehuggers. Like, all of this is starting to sound a little bit far-fetched. It sounds like a sailor who's come back from far-off lands and spinning tales of dragons at the end of the map. Like, okay, you probably saw something. We don't quite buy that it's what you said you saw.
I just don't know. I feel like we need more context for the bug hunts.
It would be nice to see an example of like what their version of alien life means, even if it is just some kind of animal, like almost like a mouse or an infestation, like a naturally occurring. They're a nuisance, but they're not like hostile to human life.
I was going to bring up how I think it is in this scene, they don't say alien life, they say indigenous life. And they said that it's of that planet. So when they say bug hunt, they literally could just mean just some scorpion-like planet on one of their colonies that just happens to be indigenous to this That's
yeah, but the thing is, my point is they're bringing pulse rifles and fucking smart guns. Like,
yeah,
like, what's a fucking
humans,
bug?
that would still be considered an alien. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's indigenous to that planet, and technically we're the alien invader by coming down and trying to terraform, it's still an alien life form to us.
Yeah,
in fact, that actually only adds to them being like, it sells it as this being part of their job because of the language they use. They say indigenous life instead of alien because in strict on the books terms, that is what it is. It's indigenous life that we need to send in the military to deal with before we can set up a colony. And that's why the military guys are all like, oh, another bug hunt. And that line throws me as well, just because we don't actually have a frame of reference for what they mean. But for these guys in this boardroom, they're just like, okay, it's established that on different planets that we've colonized, there is some kind of indigenous life. However, on the planet you were sent to, there is none. This conflicts with the story you told us. And she's like getting annoyed. She's like, that's not what I fucking said. I told you it was in a crashed ship. It wasn't indigenous to there, blah, blah, blah. And they're not really listening. Because, like you said, this was decades ago. They don't really care about the details.
It makes me wonder why they didn't say something earlier in the meeting.
Like what?
That they, I don't know, at the start of the meeting when she's bringing this up, she could have said, we've had a colony there for 25 years and they haven't countered. Instead of at the end of the meeting when her flight status has been revoked and she's just now learning of this. Like, I know no matter what,
it was only explained to her exactly why they didn't believe her when she actually physically stopped one of them from leaving. Because up until that point, it's quite clear, A, they don't really have much interest in her story, and B, they have zero interest in really explaining anything to her. They're there to ask questions, get the answers, and get out.
Which is so really
when
weird.
That one guy is stopped, and she's just like, no, this is serious. And he's like, okay, I'm going to level with you. We have a colony out there. It's like, these things take decades. It's been out there for a while. We haven't seen anything. And that kind of explains both to her and us why they haven't been taking her seriously this whole time.
It all, which is kind of interesting considering then we later find out they just haven't looked.
Well, yeah, that too.
Then
that's weird.
They haven't encountered any indigenous life form. Motherfucker, it's because you haven't looked. They because then we have the scene with Newt's parents, and it's like, oh, somebody tells me to check out some grid coordinates, and it's like, oh, they haven't encountered it because you haven't looked. There aren't any.
Well, it's also they got
zombies.
There, and it's a desolate, uninhabitable rock. So they're just like, there is no plant, no mold, no lichen, nothing. There's nothing alive on this rock in the 20-mile radius that we could scan. So it's quite reasonable to extrapolate that beyond that there's probably nothing else either. And that was the report that gets sent back, and as far as the administration is concerned, because every report takes 2 fucking weeks, that's just like, well, yeah, as far as we know, it's a dead rock. That's why we're terraforming it.
Fair enough. My argument would not.
Like I said, the big praise I had for this scene while we're watching is that they act like this is actually their job. They act like they are professionals who do this.
Yeah,
including the fatigue and general boredom.
Yeah. They're just kind of like, gotta do this very matter of fact. Like, okay, are we done now? This whole thing could have been a fucking email.
Oh my god. Right, there's the ginger woman who's smoking the entire time, and the guy next to her, if you go back 15 seconds or so when he's in frame, he's practically fucking asleep. So he has big, this could have been an email energy.
No, he's
that guy's asleep.
He's awake. No, he's not asleep.
That guy's actually asleep.
Hold on. No, it showed him moving around in earlier. Yeah, he's wide awake.
Yeah, no, there he is.
Oh, no, now he just checked out.
He's like,
no, that was him realizing, oh yeah, this could have been an email. This doesn't even concern my department. I don't know why the fuck I'm here.
I know it was part of his disguise, but I love the idea that Ash has a fucking, a headshot. I know it's for
probably...
probably...
you have to.
Yeah, it's for record-keeping purposes. I just love how, with him like secretly being an android, but he still had to like pose for a photo, and he has like this not a dynamic face, but he's still making. Is he smiling or let's see? This could have been a fucking email. It does just look like he's giving a headshot. Like, this is my good side.
I think that might actually be one of the actor's headshots.
Yeah, that's just Ian Holm's headshot. Rest in peace, Ian Holm. Like, as far as I know, you've only played like 3 characters in my head, but you played those characters very well. That, of course, being Bilbo, Ash, and then the priest from the Fifth Element.
Oh my god, he was Bilbo. Fuck. I didn't even fucking put that together.
You didn't realize that together either. I have a Bilbo toy on my desk right now, and it looks nothing like Ian Holm. I don't know.
You have it. I didn't. I just fucking didn't put that together.
I will throw the Bilbo toy at you.
Also, who the fuck was he in Fifth Element?
He was the priest.
He was the fucking preacher, dude. Remember?
Cornelius!
Yeah. We need to rewatch the Fifth Element one day, just for shits and giggles. It's so
John
bad,
Baptiste,
but so fun.
Emmanuel Zor.
Oh god, your whole empire just crumbled because of one little cherry. Wham! Oh, it's so good. It's so laughably bad, but it's just so enjoyable. Considering Bruce Willis ain't giving a fuck, we have Chris Tucker just hacking it up, and we got do you pronounce the J in her name? Is it Jovovich or Jovovich? A lot of people, I've heard it pronounced.
I think it's Jovovich.
Yeah, it's Jovovich.
If she lives in America and works in America, people probably pronounce the J. You
Fair
get that
enough.
with Scarlett Johansson. Whereas, like, in most European countries, just
It's
automatically
Johansson.
people will default to Johansson, just because that's how we're used to those names being pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
No, her name is Johansson. That's how she pronounces it. That's how everyone she knows pronounces
Fair
it.
enough. Let's see.
I mean, yeah, even though it's her name, she can be objectively wrong all she wants.
Well, that's the thing. That brings up
Would
just
it be
how
wrong
how
if it's
certain...
her name?
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, because then you make that argument of like pronunciation's just different because like.
Because my stepdad had a guy who worked. Oh god.
I was gonna bring up the argument of how Gulliman's first name is pronounced because it apparently actually is a whole argument amongst the Warhammer community as to how it's pronounced. Because
like my stepdad had a guy who worked for him, a Mexican dude who worked for him, and he kept calling him Gabriel, and like I remember one day going, it's like, what's your name, boss? And he goes, my name's Gabriel. He keeps fucking calling me Gabriel for some fucking reason.
Well, then
it's like that's not his fucking name. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's what he calls himself. Like, you're not saying his fucking name right. And like, if that's what their name is, that's what their name is.